All right, everyone, it's 9 a.m. Good morning. My name is Stephen Scarrett Davis. I serve as the Executive Director of the Maryland State Arts Council. Two quick notes before we get started. To ensure an equitable process, we'll be using a script to guide today's panel meeting. So at times there'll be a high level of formality in the presentation. That's all in the interest of equity. And also please note, as you just saw, the meeting is being recorded. Panelists, I want to thank you for being here and for your service to the arts communities of Maryland. Your role in this process is vitally important, and we appreciate all of your work. To begin us off, I want to share a reference shot of the features for Google Meet. Google Meet is the platform that we're using today. Please note the mute, that's the microphone button at the bottom, the center left bottom of your screen, and the video, the camera icon button. Panelists, to avoid any background noise, we ask that you remain on mute throughout the meeting unless you are speaking. Additionally, we ask that all comments regarding applicants are vocalized, and please refrain from using the chat feature during the meeting today. Does anybody have any questions about the Google Meet platform? You've all come off mute, so we know that you're good there. Any additional questions? All right. We will next go through some introductions. So I will start by introducing the MSAC team members and our roles during today's meeting. I've already introduced myself, and my role beyond this first introduction is monitoring today's meeting. Also monitoring the process is Maryland State Arts Counselor John Stratweiser. Thank you so much for being here, John. John is our Vice Chair of the Council. Kathy Teixeira, Grants Director, will be serving as panel facilitator and averaging final scores. Kirk Snow, Grants Management Associate, will be our timekeeper and provide technical support throughout today's meeting. Emily Sollenberger, Program Director for Art Services, is serving as the staff discipline expert for service in the Grants for Organizations program. Emily has reviewed all of the applications that we all will review during the meeting today. And Laura Weiss, the other Program Director for Art Services, will also be assisting throughout the meeting today. Panelists, I'm now going to ask that you introduce yourselves by name and art form. Emily will say your name for your introduction, and please be sure to unmute yourself before speaking. Emily?
Thanks, Stephen, and good morning again, everybody. Thanks, panelists, so much for your early entry today and for being here, all your work that you've done so far and what you're going to do today. Let's start with Angela. You want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Angela Thompson, and I'm a music and theater person.
Thanks, Angela. Laura.
Good morning. I'm Laura Penza, an architect and also a visual artist.
Thanks, Laura. And Sharon.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sharon Gauman. I'm a writer and media producer, and I used to run an arts-oriented nonprofit.
Thanks, Sharon. And Tracy.
Hi, I'm Tracy Mullery, and I've worked with arts administration as well as visual arts.
Great. That's everybody. Thanks.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks, panelists. In accordance with Maryland's Open Meetings Act, applicants may also be attending online. Counselors, applicants, and any other guests may observe, but may not otherwise participate in today's process. If you're here to monitor or observe, please be sure to remain on mute and off camera throughout the duration of the meeting. Thank you. We'll now review MSAC's guiding documents to ground today's process, remind us of our values, why we're here, and the work that we do. I'll read all of these for accessibility purposes, and I'll start with our land acknowledgement statement, which was developed in consultation with tribal leaders throughout the state as part of a land acknowledgement process. This is the statewide land acknowledgement statement that came out of that process. We acknowledge the lands and waters now known as Maryland are the home of its first peoples, the Akahonik Indian tribe, Assateague Peoples Tribe, Cedarville Band of Piscataway Indians, Choptico Band of Indians, Lenape Tribe, Nanticoke Tribe, Nasu Waywash Band of Indians, Piscataway Conoy Tribe, Piscataway Indian Nation, Pocomoke Indian Nation, Susquehannock Indians, Youghiogheny River Band of Shawnee, and tribes in the Chesapeake watershed who have seemingly vanished since the coming of colonialism. We acknowledge that the land is now home to other tribal peoples living here in diaspora. We acknowledge the forced removal of many from the lands and waterways that nurtured them as kin. We acknowledge the degradation that continues to be wrought on the land and waters in pursuit of resources. We acknowledge the right of the land and waterways to heal so that they can continue to provide food and medicine for all. We acknowledge that it is our collective obligation to pursue policies and practices that respect the land and waters so that our reciprocal relationship with them can be fully restored. There's more information about our Land Acknowledgement Project on our website, msac.org, in the resources section. Next, we'll review our equity and justice statement. The arts celebrate our state's diversity, connect our shared humanity, and transform individuals and communities. The Maryland State Arts Council and its supporting collaborators are committed to advancing and modeling equity, diversity, accessibility, and inclusion in all aspects of our organizations and across communities of our state. MSAC and its grantees are committed to embracing equity and non-discrimination regardless of race, religious creed, color, age, gender expression, sexual orientation, class, language, and/or ability. The vision of the Maryland State Arts Council is that we play an essential role ensuring that every person has access to the transformative power of the arts. And our mission is to advance the arts in our state by providing leadership that champions creative expression, diverse programming, equitable access, lifelong learning, and the arts is a celebrated contributor to the quality of life for all the people of Maryland. In 2019, we adopted our most recent strategic plan. That plan has 5 goals. Those goals are on the screen now. I'll read the bolded portion. There is more information about our full strategic plan on our website, msac.org, in the About section under Strategic Plan. Goal 1, increase participation. Goal 2, provide intentional support. Goal 3, build capacity. Goal 4, leverage connections. And Goal 5, bolster Maryland arts. And as in all public meetings, we're sharing now our creative meeting actions. These are guardrails for our discussion today, and we ask that those of you participating, so panelists, those of you participating in the discussion today, that you remember these creative meeting actions throughout the meeting. I'm actually going to ask the panelists help me read these out loud. I will start by reading the first one, and then I'll ask the panelists to come off of mute in turn and read one, and then the next panelist read another. No assigned order, and there are more creative meeting actions than panels, so I'll ask you to read or volunteer to read more than one. So I'll start with the first one. Celebrate being in the space with other creative people.
Engage with everyone's presence as a gift.
Acknowledge that together we know a lot.
Enter the conversation with curiosity and inquiry.
Share your idea and trust that it will be heard.
Use I statements.
Focus your language on the task at hand.
Hold one another accountable with care.
Apply yes and. I hear your idea and I'm going to add to it.
Balance speaking and listening.
Thanks so much, panelists. Next, we'll talk about impact versus grant writing and our philosophy around equity. I'm going to remove my cat from my lap. Apologies for that. The application for grants for organizations is meant to inspire authentic reflection and internal analysis for each applying organization, with the knowledge that the Maryland State Arts Council is to be seen and utilized as a collaborative partner in the process. One aspect of our partnership is to guide panelists to see beyond the polish of grant writing that may be inequitably influenced by the privilege of resources, financial, educational, or otherwise, and instead focus upon the impact of the applicant. There's more information about this in the application and on our website, msac.org. And one last thing in my part of the introduction, we ask panelists that you frame your responses as recommendations. So an example, the one on your screen, is a response: the strategic plan was unclear and didn't speak to the organization's mission and goals. As a recommendation, that becomes, I would recommend that the organization clarifies the strategic plan by adding language that connects directly to the mission, vision, and goals. We share these recommendations and panelist comments with applicants. They aren't attributed to panelists, but we do share the recommendations, and these recommendations provide valuable feedback to applicants. So we'll move forward in just a moment with additional goals and instructions. Are there any questions about the role of the panelists or anything else that I've shared so far? All right. Hearing nothing, I will hand it over to Kathy to share to lead us through the next part of the introduction. Take it away, Kathy.
Thanks, Stephen. The goal of today is to arrive at an average panel score for 22 applications in the service discipline. Please note for those observing that this panel meeting is not the full panel review process. Comprehensive application reviews and initial scores have been submitted by the panelists prior to today's meeting. Today is an opportunity for the panel to hear additional information gathered from panelists who conducted in-depth conversations and artistic activity visits. Panelists will be able to add to or edit their initial reviews and submit final scores based on discussions held today. The final average score determined today will be included in the funding formula used to determine grant amount recommendations. Also, a reminder to panelists that this is not a comparative process. Each application is to be evaluated individually based on the rubric provided. Any comparison content between applications should not influence your score. On the screen, you'll see a breakdown of the time allotted for each application's review. This process mirrors the panel process of the National Endowment for the Arts. And with MSAC's commitment to equity in the panel process, it requires anonymity of specific panelist scores. The initial and final scores shared today are the averages from all panelist scores. We will start by sharing a slide of the grant application's initial average score. The panelist who conducted the artistic activity will speak first, followed by the panelist who held the in-depth conversation. Each will have 2 minutes. Our timekeeper, Kirk, will chime in at the end of each 2-minute mark. Then we will open it up for additional discussion with all panelists for 4 minutes. Kirk will again alert us at the 4-minute mark. Then I will ask staff discipline expert Emily to contribute any additional thoughts based on her analysis of the application. Her contributions are intended to ensure that recommendations are in alignment with MSAC's commitment to equity, justice, and procedural transparency. Then panelists will be provided 3 minutes to submit their final scores and comments in Smart Simple. If there are thoughts or recommendations that come to mind after the discussion periods have ended that you hadn't had a chance to vocalize, you can include those in the comments of your scoring rubric on Smart Simple. Please note that any identified conflicts of interest will be announced prior to an application's review. Panelists, if you have a conflict of interest that we don't already recognize, please announce yourself at the beginning of that application review. Those with conflicts will not participate in discussions and scoring. Finally, I'd like to mention that we will be taking breaks throughout the day. And depending on how we're doing on timing, we may shift some of the break times accordingly, but we'll be sure to check in with you if we want to discuss doing that. Before we move on, are there any questions regarding the panel meeting structure? All right. A quick reminder again to our counselor and all guests joining us today that you may not participate verbally or in the chat box. Your role today is as an observer only. Please be sure to remain on mute and turn your cameras off. And a reminder to panelists to also stay on mute unless you're speaking. This really helps eliminate any background noise. Okay, we're going to start off with a practice round using a test application. So panelists, you should be logged into your Smart Simple account on the panelist home screen. And you'll see today's nominations listed under the pending final review section. So please go ahead and click that. And as we covered earlier, if you click on the organization header at the top of the screen, you'll be able to sort the list by organization name alphabetically, and that's the order we're going to go in today. So the first application that appears is a test application. The organization name is One Maryland State Arts Council. And then following that, the next application should be for Art of It, 2024 18584 is the application. So I'll give you a moment to sort your applications alphabetically. Let me know if you have any questions about sorting that list. And just as you did at home, you'll be able to click open on the right-hand side of each application to access the scoring rubric and application, which will pop up as a PDF when you click on the application summary button. So for our practice round, please go ahead and open application -23656. And if this were a real application, you would see your initial scores and notes here. Since this is a test application, everything's going to appear blank. We're going to walk through what the process would look like if this were a real review, and you'll hear the script that we'll be using for all of the reviews today. So panelists, please open test application -23656. The mock average score from round 1 of review is 85%. The panelists that attended the artistic activity visit will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered. This is where that panelist would have 2 minutes to speak. Then the panelists that held the in-depth conversation will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered. And again, that's when this panelist would speak for 2 minutes. Then I will open it up to all. In the real review period, you would now have 4 minutes for discussion. This period is to be used for sharing additional recommendations, information that may bring a different perspective to what has already been stated, or to ask questions of the artistic activity visit and in-depth conversation panelists. If either of the panelists did not complete their remarks and were cut off at the 2-minute mark, they would be welcome to complete their thoughts during this 4-minute period. And then after the discussion period has ended, I would turn to Emily. As the staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share? And this is where Emily would chime in with anything additional. Then finally, I would say, based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to submit your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click complete. So panelists, we'll just take some time right now for you to actually submit a mock score for this test application to make sure everything's working properly. So please go ahead and select a score from the dropdown for each of the questions. And there's no need for you to put any notes in, just select a score. And then once you've made all of your selections, please hit the complete button. So we'll take a moment to do that right now. All right, just checking in. Angela and Laura, were you able to hit the complete button?
Yes.
I thought I did. Are you not seeing it on your end?
Let me see again. Okay, I do see it for Angela now. Laura, I do not see it for you. Just making sure you were in that test application -23656.
I was in the application summary. Maybe I'm in the wrong place.
Yeah, so the application summary is just going to be the pop-up. If you go to the main page where it has the drop down of the scores that you need to select, and had you made a selection for?
Yeah, I'm under the application summary. There are the scores and all the selections, so I was doing that.
Mm-hmm. And then you hit complete?
Mhm. Let me do a couple more. I'll just do one more and then hit complete, see if you at least see it. Oh, failed I cannot.
Yeah. So you need to make a selection for all of the questions before it will accept it.
Let me go back. So I think I'm in the right place.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
just-
sounds like you are.
Sorry for my delay here.
No worries.
And do I need to save it first and then complete? Maybe
Nope,
that's
you can go ahead and click complete. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it said, do you want to submit? I said, yes. Oh, maybe I said no. Maybe I just clicked it wrong. So you should see it now.
Yep, I do see it. Thank you.
Thank you for doing a test.
And the average final score is 90%. So this is the way that each application review will occur. Do you have any questions about this process? All right. If not, let's get started. So panelists, please make sure you're back on your panelist home screen in the pending final review section. And again, ensure that your list is sorted alphabetically by clicking on the organization header. Okay, so first, panelists, please open application from Artivate, Inc., application ID 2024-18584. The average initial score is 94%. The panelists that conducted the artistic activity visit, Angela, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered. Go ahead, Angela.
Okay, sorry. I attended an Artivate performance given by Mr. Kareem Nagy. Born in Egypt, Mr. Nagy presented a program that was engaging and informative. He started first by showing students which countries had Arabic as their formal language and were considered Arabic countries. He taught students to say words in Arabic as he progressed through his program so that they could equate an English word with an Arabic word. He introduced many different percussion instruments to the students, playing rhythms that are native to the music of the Arabic world. After each example, he asked students how he produced the sounds on each instrument, why did they think he moved as he played, etc. He had children echo clapping rhythms and pretending they were playing the sticks as he played. He showed the students parts of his Arabic clothing and added pieces of clothing to demonstrate an occasion where such garments might be worn. He encouraged students to get to know each other by their music, dance, food, and culture before politics or religion, and praised the students for already having friends of different cultural backgrounds. Artivate reached over 41,000 audience members last year, 84% of those audiences in Maryland. Artivate intentionally works to maintain a roster of ethnically diverse artists that encourage their audiences to see the world through a different lens. This experience of another culture helps build understanding and appreciation for that culture while recognizing the commonalities between all people. Instead of being threatened or afraid of someone who may not look like them or have the same background as them, Artivate teaches its audience to be open-minded and respectful of others.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Tracy, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Okay. So I met with Artivate trustees and staff to gain more insight into a few areas of the application. Artivate mentioned a possible merger with the organization Levine Music in their application, and they will in fact merge with that organization on April 1st and move forward with the dissolution of Artivate. The hope is that Artivate can provide its programming and network in areas outside of the greater Washington area, and Levine Music can offer the programming its increased capacity. So Artivate's former executive director will continue to work as a consultant to Levine Music to ensure a smooth transition for artists, presenters, and audiences of Artivate's programming. So due to this merger, many operational questions no longer seemed relevant, but program content questions may still be relevant that were brought up by the panel. Artivate has continued to reach out to Maryland's Department of Justice, but with the turnover and changes in the administration, the offered programming is no longer prioritized by the Department of Justice. So there's no expected date to return to the juvenile justice system, although the intention is to continue to reach out to see if they can get back into that space. Another question posed was about including writers and poets as teaching and performing artists. In the past, programming in detention centers had writers and poets involved in that work. There has been conversation about bringing poets and writers in for teaching and programming, but it has not moved past the ideation phase at this point. Regarding artist feedback from constituents, it was noted that most of the feedback is positive and rarely offers constructive feedback for shaping an artist's performance. Staff cited the fact that artists engaged in programming are professional artists that have refined their performances and teaching. So they often have they're at the height of their art. So there's very little feedback that would change what they do.
Hi, panelists.
And that's what I
2
have.
minutes.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
Does the merger change the amount of programming that will be offered in the state of Maryland?
They didn't touch on that. How they saw it was Levine Music will have access to their Eastern Shore and Central Maryland contacts, and then Artivate's programming will reach more of that greater Washington area. So, more of Howard County, Prince George's County. So I think the intention is that it would expand their exposure. And, that would be able to happen because Levine Music has additional funds and operating support that Artivate just doesn't have at this time and capacity.
Well, there's a lull. I don't want to take time away from this, but if I could get Artivate back into my organizational list on Smart Simple, it is not there now.
Yep, I'll get to that when we get to the scoring section.
Thank you.
Panelists, are there any additional questions, recommendations, thoughts? If not, Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
Just a couple of points. Thanks, panelists, for the for your reviews and the additional information. I just wanted to note that as Tracy mentioned, Artivate is, yes, indeed, merging with Levine Foundation, and that is board approved on both sides and effective as of April 1st, 2023. I'll just note that they have been extremely transparent with the Maryland State Arts Council about this process, and their commitment to building relationships and this merger, and to make sure they continue their programming has been at top of mind. So I really appreciate that and recommend that they continue in that vein and continue to be transparent about the next steps, and consider the State Arts Council a partner in this, and we can assist in any way we can. I also wanted to note, because there was a question about the programming, it's my understanding based on conversation that they do indeed to continue the relationships that have been built over the past 20 plus years with Artivate. So essentially, you know, Levine's programming is going to be expanded because of the merger with Artivate. And I think this is just going to help each other. And it seems like a good fit and a good match. And they've been working really well together. And again, have been really positive about the outcome. And I'm really glad to hear that Claire, who's their former executive director of Artivate, in her retirement, she has indeed continued on as a consultant. I think that's really important, that to keep her engaged during this time period. So appreciate that, and hope they also continue in that. And as they're moving forward to think about strategic planning, you know, during a time of a big transition and merger like this, Levine and Artivate may want to consider going through this a strategic planning process to think about goals and outcomes and strategies to ensure that they are reaching across the state. And then I also wanted to note, whereas Artivate has typically been about 80% activity in Maryland, going under Levine, it'll be about 30% activity, is my understanding for Maryland, but it's just going into a bigger pot of relationships and programming. So we will be going through that process. But again, I don't think any of their relationships will be cut off, if you will, or stopped. So they intend to move forward. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. Laura, if you go back to your panelist home screen, and you should be seeing Artivate back on your pending final review list.
Got it.
Great, thank you. And the average final score is 94%. Next, please open application from Arts Education in Maryland Schools, application ID 2024-18397. The average initial score is 87%. The panelists that conducted the artistic activity visit, Angela, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
This is Artivate? No.
No, this is for arts education in Maryland schools.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's all right.
Why am I'm not seeing that? Oh, okay, wait a minute. Arts Education in Maryland School Alliance?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay, the Arts Education in Maryland School Alliance believes that local communities have the greatest ability to bring about potential change. It is their mission to teach those communities how to advocate for the arts in their classrooms, school districts, and at the state level. To this end, they offer many programs geared toward helping people learn how to effectively speak about arts education, such as the program Arts Advocacy 101. Some of the videos available to their constituency are The Art of Storytelling with Mathina James, Rallying Parents to Your Cause, Navigating School Boards, and Tips for Talking with Principals. Videos emphasize giving advocacy a personal touch. Why are the arts important to you, and how do you align your cause with what is important to the leaders who are making the decisions for your community? The Arts Education in Maryland School Alliance is working to guarantee each student in Maryland has equitable access to an arts education by emphasizing the equitable distribution of funds. They collect data through the quadrant, and their arts education data project will be used to target areas that need arts programming. The A-Real cohort is one of the ways that Arts Education in Maryland School Alliance fights racism in the arts classroom. They advocate open and honest stories about artists and what was happening at the time they were living. In 2024, the 4th Annual Arts Education Symposium on Anti-Racism will be held to promote anti-racist pedagogy and teaching strategies in arts education. The Arts Education in Maryland School Alliance hopes to inspire their constituents to grow and learn, to feel connected and supported, and to feel confident and powerful through sharing their personal stories of how the arts have impacted their lives.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Tracy, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Sure. I met with AEMS, so Arts Education in Maryland Schools Alliance Executive Director and Development Manager, to learn more about the organization in a few areas. Panelists requested more information about which staff makes programming decisions and how. Programming decisions are made collaboratively by the team. The process begins with a programming retreat that is followed up with staff planning to ensure programming meets community needs and to ensure that there is staff capacity to offer their high quality programming. The next concern was in regard to ensuring the success of the long range plan. Staff noted that logic models are used in implementation of ideas and to see how programming will directly impact the mission, and debrief after programming of events for feedback and to review attendance to see if the programming or event was a success and if it aligned with a strategic plan goal. AEMS is currently working on how to truly represent the whole state among their volunteers. They're trying to utilize first-level relationships, and they've built a listserv of educators across the state to reach folks in all 24 counties. At this time, the organization predominantly represents Central Maryland, so they are working towards branching out throughout the state. More details about the staff, board, and volunteer structure was requested as well, and also how staff roles are being updated and revised. So the executive director reports to a volunteer board, staff reports to the executive director, and volunteers report to each staff person they work with directly. Collaborators work directly with staff, as in the case of the annual symposium. There's a staff person as a point of contact that vendors, board, and volunteers working on the event will all go to. When staff are found to be working at a higher level, AEMS updates their title and job description to reflect this work.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I have a question, and if you don't know, then I can frame it as a recommendation. In the application, there was information provided about the geographic representation on the staff and board, but I wondered if you had any information about the racial, ethnic, gender, sexual, disability representation, or any other information on representation.
Yeah, so they were kind enough to get back to me with some of those statistics. For staff, as far as gender, 66% of their staff are female and 33% are male. As far as a racial breakdown, 66% are white and 33% are Black, African American, that's just what they put in, just white and African American. And then board is 100% female, race is 71% Black and 29% white. So.
Thank you very much.
Panelists, are there any additional thoughts, comments, recommendations?
I would just recommend that in future proposals that they do include racial demographic information.
Any other questions or recommendations? If not, Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
Just a couple of notes. Thanks again, panelists, for the additional information. I just wanted to uplift that they have a new executive director, Rachel McGrain, who has been in the role for a few months, maybe up to a year, I believe. But I just wanted to note that because they did say in their application that they had been challenged by staffing, such as capacity and turnover. So I'm really glad to know that they're invested in the personnel and ensuring commitment to staff and financial stability. And I think that's great under Rachel's leadership to move that forward and encourage them to keep moving forward in that vein. I also appreciate the approach to equity and anti-racism that they've stated throughout the application, along with the community mobilization cycle mentioned as a result of taking time to reflect on the organization, and while noting updates to their mission and vision. I think that was really important and great work there. The other thing I had was in terms of their strategic plan, I recommend they consider how they might further engage constituents and stakeholders to be involved with the strategic planning moving forward and how they might play a role in the process. Noting this is really well done in the creative process. And I think as Tracy mentioned, their commitment to being collaborative, engaging in feedback and evaluation efforts to take the same approach with setting goals and within their strategic plan too. And I also had some questions around the geographic diversity and commitment to diversity within their staff and board. So thanks, Sharon, for bringing that up and also making that recommendation. I would agree with that. I do appreciate that they have committed to the diversity across the state. So encourage them to keep moving forward with that reach into Western, Southern, and Eastern Shore areas of the state. And I also appreciated their engaging with the Associated Black Charities for their in alignment with their equity and diversity goals and that pipeline to the board that they offer there. So I think that is it. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. And the average final score is 93%. Before we move on, I just wanted to hop back to the Artivate application review. I had misspoken on the average final score for that review. The average final score for Artivate was 93%. Apologies for that. Next, please open application from Arts Everyday. Application ID 2024-18333. The average initial score is 95%. The panelists that conducted the artistic activity visit, Tracy, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
So I attended a coffee and conversation program and viewed the 10 by 10 youth exhibition at Arts Everyday's new location in Unity Hall. So entering the building, the exhibition is in a gathered space on the first floor. It's visible passing right through the vestibule. So in this space, there are over 300 pieces of artwork that have been thoughtfully curated by a team of 4 student curators under the tutelage of Arts Everyday's curator. So in its 7th year, the exhibition has the theme of unity, and the care taken by the team of curators to organize the exhibition is clear. Quotes are submitted with student artwork, and they were extracted from the submitted materials and placed on view to highlight the theme and enhance the viewer's experience. The coffee and conversation program took place in the center of board members, staff, 2 current and 2 student curators speaking about the exhibition and Arts Everyday's work in Baltimore City Public Schools. Also discussed was their growing reach throughout the city, bringing arts to schools and classes that would not otherwise have access to visual arts programming. So this program and exhibition directly related to Arts Everyday's mission of bringing the arts every day to Baltimore Public Schools. The exhibition celebrates the work of area students and teachers and is a reminder of the importance of art education. And by involving student curators in the exhibition, a new generation of artists learn a variety of skills helpful to their future in the arts.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Angela, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Arts Every Day envisions a future where every student in Baltimore City Schools has equitable access to arts instruction every day. They partner with approximately 45 Baltimore City schools to make arts instruction an integral part of student learning. Making students' performances and artwork not only visible, but celebrated is at the core of their advocacy. It's much harder to cut arts programs when their benefits are seen by it's much harder not to cut arts programs when their benefits are seen by the community. Arts Every Day holds juried arts exhibits celebrating student artists and gives $20,000 a year in scholarship money to winners of the Courting Art exhibit and scholarship competition. They train arts integration coaches that work with each school. In fact, every school in the partnership program has at least 1 teacher on their staff that is an arts integration coach. Arts Every Day also partners with the Baltimore City Schools Fine Arts Department to bring professional development to their arts teachers, as well as providing resources and support for teachers. 5 years ago, Arts Every Day launched an equipment fund and has purchased $30,000 to $50,000 in equipment and supplies. Access to equipment and supplies is a large barrier to arts education because access to basic materials and consumables is inequitable, let alone big ticket items like instruments, kilns, and ballet bars. Last year, Arts Every Day, with support from Arts Education in Maryland schools, saved 13 fine arts positions that were going to be cut by providing testimony for the district's public budget forum and sending a series of funding questions and concerns to the Board of School Commissioners. As more funding is provided to schools, Arts Every Day is pushing to make sure the arts are part of every student's life in Baltimore City School District.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I wanted, thank you for your presentations. In terms of the proposal I thought that their answer on non-dominance very clearly addressed racial and ethnic inclusion, but I'm curious if either of you can comment about the organization's focus on non-dominant aesthetics or non-dominant art forms.
Well, they have all students involved in the arts. So, whatever the makeup of those students is, their arts are coming through. Their art form is coming through. So, it's inclusive of everything that a student would want to show.
Thank you very much for clarifying.
And I would say at the Unity exhibition, I mean, it's really up to the teachers to submit, but they did have sculptures by students. They had one school that submitted blind drawings, so they would use they would cover their eyes and blind draw without taking their pen off the paper, the student across from them. So really having a feel of who that person was that you see every day and how you would kind of bring their image to life. And I will say they also have an upcoming oral history program that they're working on, bringing folks from the area, their stories to life and highlighting the people that live near Unity Hall and in their arts district that they're trying to kind of support and bring back. So they aren't just focusing necessarily on visual arts.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Panelists, are there any additional thoughts, comments, recommendations, questions? If not, Emily is a staff discipline expert. Do you have any additional information to share?
Just a couple of points. As you all reviewed and have noted, this is a very thorough and thoughtful application. So I don't have a ton of remarks, but I just wanted to uplift that I really appreciated the support and the resources that they provide to teachers, especially those virtual offerings that they shifted to during the pandemic. I thought that was really important. In addition to a pivot during COVID, they completed a crisis planning, which made sense for them at the time, rather than going through a full strategic planning effort. So I thought that was very smart to kind of think of it in that crisis lens. And then they came back to the strategic planning later on in 2022 once they had more information were able to reflect during the past couple of years. So wanted to note that. And I also think they have a really great understanding of their community and their demographics and have strategies in place to ensure equity and diversity among the staff and board. And further accessible documents and resources for the public, I thought was important to note. One thing else regarding the strategic plan, given all that great amount of information, collaboration, evaluation, and feedback loops that are in place, just would encourage them to maybe note a little bit more about how they involve community further in the strategic planning efforts. But otherwise, again, thought it was a really thorough application. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. And the average final score is 99%. Next, please open application from Arts for Learning Maryland. Application ID 2024-18795. The average initial score is 96%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Laura, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
My artistic activity evaluation for Arts for Learning included observing Catherine Dilworth's Felted Square residency workshop at the Wiley Bates Middle School in Annapolis during an 8th grade art class. Michaela Gramelis, director for Arts for Learning Maryland, joined me while student artwork was being passed out. Catherine Dilworth described the project, which teaches the skill of felting with a focus on complicated ideas with a reminder about personal safety and respect, using leather finger guards, raising hands, etc. Reminders were also posted on a screen along with a time clock. Seated around small tables, two to three students at each were designing and creating their own needle-felted square depicting events in history, specifically about Black repression for this class. Ms. Dilworth described how she began the first session with a discussion of how simple visuals can communicate complicated ideas and how art can allow viewers to examine subjects that can be difficult to confront directly. This was the third and final in-class production session for the students, and the students were all very engaged and focused on finishing as much as they could on their squares. Ms. Dilworth explained that she would not be joining their final class, but described that they would be writing an artist statement to explain their artwork. Many of the pieces really turned in that we saw were quite inspiring. The Arts for Learning application responses around mission, creative process, sensory experience are fully aligned with my experience there, especially related to their high-quality programs, expansive student reach, and equity.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Angela, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Arts for Learning's mission is to transform the lives of youth through the power of the arts by connecting educators, professional artists, and communities. They achieve this with a very diverse roster of artists and a diverse curriculum for educators, caregivers, parents, and youth. Their free early learning portal is available statewide and provides early learning videos that engage young children in joyful arts experiences with performances and instruction by Wolf Trap teaching artists. They provide free early childhood professional development workshops for caregivers and teachers so that the arts can be integrated into home and classroom situations. The series is taught by master teaching artists and focuses on bridging the opportunity gap that some families and children experience. Due to COVID lockdowns, they expanded their virtual programming and have been able to reach many more people with their online presence. Arts for Learning's in-school programs offer revenue to schools so that no school is turned away due to financial hardship. This includes assemblies, artist residencies, and workshops. Arts for Learning summer and after-school programs provide a caring space for students, develop their creativity, and increase engagement, thus affecting academic outcomes. Summer and after-school programs are available to any student in the district. The Bloomberg Arts Internship is available to rising seniors and offers students a paid 7-week learning opportunity at an arts institution in the city of Baltimore. This program gives students a meaningful work opportunity, helps develop a knowledge and connection to the city's arts institutions, and helps students apply and transition to college with the help of a college mentor. Arts for Learning hopes to encourage self-expression, social emotional learning, and a better understanding of community for all.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I noted in their application that they had made they had undertaken significant work to make the organization more representative of the communities that they serve. Do either of you have updates on that?
Well, I think they serve a huge community because of their online presence. But also, if you look at their roster of artists, I mean, there's incredible diversity there. And there are many, I mean, I saw probably at least 50 different artists.
Thank you.
I think one thing I might just add also, in their application, it was so thorough, you really could get a sense of it. And the list of the artists that was just mentioned, I mean, it was just that alone was an incredible resource for the students. So it was quite impactful. And just the one activity I saw, just the impact that made with these classes, I felt really positive. And I guess I'll add one more thing about the discussion they had about the potential new school, that they're reaching out to 700 constituents to discuss that and bring it into, into early discussions. That was impressive.
Panelists, any additional thoughts, questions, recommendations? If not, Emily, as the staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
Just a couple of notes here. Again, I think you all did a great job with your explanations and your engagement, so thanks for that additional information. This was another very thorough application, and I also got the sense of just very clear commitment to their race equity work, and appreciated that they hired an outside consultant to help guide them and evaluate their efforts in that work. I also wanted to note the commitment to rural arts access. I thought that was important. And they noted that they've been having challenges with the pay rates for teaching artists, which is at the core of their work. So appreciate their commitment to ensuring that artists are getting paid. And that also goes hand in hand with their commitment to financial stability, which was noted as being one of their top pillars for the organization. So coming out of times of uncertainty with the pandemic, I'm really glad to see that this was at top of mind and as top of a goal or a pillar as they framed it for the organization overall. I also had a note about the development or the thoughts on potentially developing a school as well. And I personally would like to know a little bit more information about that and how that's going. But I noted that as an example of the creative process and using that example of how to listen to community and those 700 participants, as you all mentioned. That's quite a bit of work to ensure that the community is being heard and is part of that feedback and evaluation loop throughout that ideation, and if it comes to fruition as well. I also note a clear planning and consideration for strategic planning, and kind of going back to the teaching artist pay rates, they really have a clear process of identifying challenges and then also addressing those challenges as well. So those are my notes. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. And the average final score is 99%. Panelists, we had scheduled a break in after this review. However, we are running a bit ahead of schedule. So I wanted to check in and see if you wanted to do one more review before we took a break, or if you would like to go ahead and take a break now. Could you let me know your preference?
I'd prefer to take a break now.
All right. Any others?
Good either way.
Me too.
All right. Then we will go ahead and take a break. We'll make it a 10-minute break. So if we could return at 10:28. At 10:28, we'll see you back then. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, the time is now 10:28. If panelists can make their way back. Hi, Laura. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Sharon. And we are just waiting on Angela.
Is this a good moment to note that I was checking my final scores, and on one application, it didn't seem to register. I might have not, I submitted, maybe I didn't save first. That's in the Artivate application.
Yeah, I'll take a look again. For the Artivate one, I saw that everyone's scores flipped to final submission, so that indicates to me that you had been able to successfully submit a final score, but I can make a note and we can take a look at that later. Thank you. All right, looks like we have Angela back. Welcome back, panelists. All right, so let's get going with our reviews. Next up, please open application from ArtStream Inc. Application ID 2024-18312. The average initial score is 97%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Angela, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered. Angela, you're on mute.
Sorry. Okay. I observed a dance movement class at the Community Services Center for Autistic Adults in Montgomery County. Founded in 2005, ArtStream offers performing arts opportunities to people with intellectual and physical disabilities. Students were led through a warm-up, which involved large motor skills, danced as a class, and then took the spotlight with solo improvisational dances. All students were engaged and felt safe to express themselves in movement. Compound movement was broken down into steps before asking students to use the higher level thinking skills of sequencing and synthesis to put those movements back together. The teachers modeled each movement and used musical terminology with students. Students were encouraged and cheered on in the solo dances. ArtStream classes are held in various venues in multiple Maryland counties for children ages 10 to adult. They soon will begin a new program called Verbal Beginnings with children ages 2 to 6. They partner with many organizations to bring performing arts to over 16,000 constituents, and that number continues to expand. Programming includes drama and storytelling, dance movement, music, musical theater, workspace communication, public speaking, and self-advocacy. The theater companies perform 2 weekends a year, and the cabaret companies perform twice a year. Classes are held virtually and in person, and help is available for tuition costs. ArtStream allows its constituents to make creative choices, collaborate with others, feel like part of a community, and build self-esteem and self-confidence. ArtStream's mission is to build a world where everyone can perform their art out.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Sharon, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
I met with the executive director and the director of development. ArtStream helps people with intellectual and developmental disabilities gain skills and confidence through collaborative performance and lifelong learning. ArtStream offers classes, workshops, and performing companies that fuel imagination, creativity, and focus. It enables participants to discover strengths, improve communication and social skills, and develop friendships. These newly discovered capabilities increase self-esteem and confidence that extend into their daily lives. The ArtStream way is about meeting each person where they are and offering safe space where they can be their best selves. Choice is central to all ArtStream processes, along with challenges that allow participants to further stretch themselves if and when they choose. ArtStream incorporates a variety of modalities to fully engage nonverbal participants, including hand motions, physical expression, miming, and boards with emotions pictured so a nonverbal participant can point to a picture to convey how they're feeling. Some nonverbal participants have become verbal through their work with ArtStream. The teacher to student ratio is 1:4, and groups are limited to 30 participants. ArtStream's central focus has been serving people 18 and up, which is when all services they've been receiving through school comes to an abrupt stop. Now, ArtStream also works in partnership with middle and high schools to offer programs to younger students, and their newest school partnership focuses on 2 to 6-year-olds. They expand geographically as sustainable funding permits to serve more parts of the state. They're in the process of translating their website into Spanish to increase accessibility. ArtStream also developed a one-of-a-kind evaluation tool to engage with people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And now that it's been in use for 2 years and further refined, they're ready to share it with other organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I would just say I appreciate the fact that they are ready to share that evaluation. I thought that would be such a wonderful tool for so many other organizations that could really benefit from it. So I appreciate your asking that and presenting it.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and you're welcome. I just want to add that I cried during this in-depth conversation. I was so moved by them and the work they do and their passion.
Panelists, any additional questions, thoughts, recommendations? If not, Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
Just a couple of notes to uplift again. This was a really great, thorough application, so thoughtful, and they provided really great examples throughout the application to really uplift and highlight the work that they're doing. So encourage them to keep it up in that aspect. And again, as noted by you panelists, there's a great amount of partnerships and offerings across the area, and they have a commitment to scholarships and ensuring anyone can participate. It really is a unique and special organization, and their mission is based in non-dominant norms, values, and goals. So they really are truly embracing the work that they're doing to serve a very important need in our communities across the state. I also wanted to note that appreciate the development of the activities is coming from participants, and that is included in the working process of evaluation and ways to encourage participation and audience feedback. They have a great strategic planning process, and appreciate all the information from the consulting firm and why they were selected as well, because that was in alignment with the work that they're doing. I was curious to know who were a part of the interviews that they mentioned. Did it include participants and audience members to ensure that commitment to community? So to clarify that would be helpful. And again, appreciate the commitment to diversifying the board and the staff. I think they have a really great understanding of the demographic makeup of their group, and that they're reflective of a community, and appreciate the strategies they mentioned that are in place for that ongoing commitment. So overall, encourage them to keep up the work that they're doing. And just one financial note, I wanted to mention that they are changing fiscal years from an August 31st end date to a traditional fiscal year ending June 30th, resulting in a short year financially. But again, this makes sense for them, and it was part of that kind of analysis that they have internally as an organization to ensure that makes sense for them. So I appreciate that too. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. And the average final score is 98%. Next, please open application from the Baltimore School for the Arts Foundation, application ID 2024-18084. The average initial score is 90%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Sharon, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Just point of order, I'm having a hard time submitting in the previous one. It won't submit. Have you gotten it regardless?
Yeah, I did actually.
Okay, good. I was trying to save it. It just keeps going around and around in a circle, and then it says that it's not submitted. So,
Okay. Yeah, so moving forward, don't worry about clicking the Save Draft button. If you just hit Complete, that'll submit your score.
okay, I'm doing that now. I apologize for the delay. Okay, there we go. All right. Baltimore School for the Arts. The Baltimore School for the Arts, or BSA, created Twigs, a free after-school program for 2nd through 8th graders in Baltimore City to ensure that all gifted local children have access to arts education. Twig provides a multi-year curriculum designed to build skills in one of 5 disciplines: dance, music, which can be vocal or instrumental, theater, acting or stage design and production, visual arts, and film and visual storytelling. Classes run 20 to 34 weeks, culminating in student performance and exhibitions. The program serves up to 700 students each year. The director of Twigs led me on a virtual tour, including videotapes, photographs, charts, and verbal narration. She answered my questions and we engaged in informal dialogue. I virtually witnessed the high-quality arts education provided free of charge to talented youth from across the city. The diversity of the participating students speaks to Twigs' stated goals of equity and access. The high retention of students speaks to its importance and value in their lives, as does the fact that many of the teachers and administrators of Twigs and BSA are graduates of the program. Further proof of Twigs' effectiveness is the over 60% acceptance rate of Twigs participants into BSA's incoming freshman class. It is exciting that Twigs is now being led by someone who is a graduate of both Twigs and BSA with a master's in arts administration. Ms. Everett not only displays a deep passion for this program that was so meaningful in her own life, she also understands the life-changing importance of bridging the disparities in access to quality arts education. She and the Twigs staff are clearly profoundly dedicated to the success of the program and to the success of its students. Thank you.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Laura, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Thanks, Sharon, or Catherine. I met virtually with Anna Ellis, the grant contact, and Candace Everett, the Twigs director. The BSA prepares the next generation of creatives by providing arts and academic training to high school students. The Twigs program, To Work in Gaining Skills, is a free audition-based after-school arts program offered to Baltimore City elementary and middle school students, providing access and instruction in dance, music, acting, stage design and production, visual arts, and film and visual storytelling. Private lessons are held Monday through Friday, and group lessons help the younger students develop a sense of safety and learn how to follow directions, develop skills for the individual lessons, and prepare for the 4th grade auditions. Saturdays are vibrant with instruments and vocals coming together for a sense of community and musicianship. Twigs decision-making process decision-making is made by the director and 2 music instructors working under the head of the music department, along with counsel and guidance of the board. The director is described as a multi-hyphenated artist, youth, and family advocate because of her multidisciplined experience in many varieties of art, and she also has children in the program, and so she really sees the her role is really she comes from it from every angle really. The Twigs coordinator vacancy has been filled by a longtime volunteer and school nurse. The position has been renamed coordinator of student support. That had been a vacancy for a while. Goals of the strategic plan are already underway. Programs are informed by initial surveys that provide a benchmark to track progress. Analysis of where students are and are not informed a focus on broadening relationships, resulting in a potentially new relationship with Cherry Hill. Preparing students.
Panelists, that's time.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion. Laura, please feel free to complete your thought there if you would like.
I'll just say that preparing students for a successful audition is a key measure of their success. Last year, 68% of the 8th graders had been in Twigs, 80% applied to BSA, and 61% enrolled. So again, like Sharon mentioned, that is a really good indication of their success as feeding into the high school and the middle school.
Laura, can I ask, a transportation to Twigs, are students responsible for that themselves, or is Twigs in different schools?
Twigs, well, they have, well, I'm not sure I understand the whole broad expanse of it, but a lot of it is separate and one-on-one. So whether it's at the school or at the individual classes at the school, I'm not sure if they're all like that. Some of them, the students come together, the younger students come together at the school for small group discussions, and they have individual lesson rooms, music rooms for the individual one-on-ones.
Okay, so the classes are held at the Baltimore School for the Arts?
I know that I'm not sure if I can answer that completely. I know that they do have them there. I know that they also bring the students out into the community to see other things. So there is that broadened outreach of exposing these children to different methods of arts, and they'll take them to a concert, or they'll take them to different programs to really just see what's out there. They offer so many different arts programs that just having that access to the different types of programs allows the children to see what their interests are, or be inspired by the different types of art.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I will say that I know that it's an after schools program, and I don't know whether it's after school at the Baltimore School for the Arts, or if it's an after school program at their individual schools. So I would have to clarify that to answer that correctly.
I'm not sure if this is the full answer, but in the virtual tour that she gave me, it was all taking place in the actual school, Baltimore School for the Arts, which, because they're serving students from Baltimore City, is, from what I understand, a fairly accessible location. There may be things that are held in satellite places. I just don't know that either.
I will add that the new Twigs director is quite a powerhouse and quite inspiring and quite on target, and just really, she would have this answer immediately. So, I mean, of course, that's her role, but she was super inspiring. You can just see the passion and the excitement and the role there as, coming in with new vigor and it was wonderful to see and feel, even virtually.
Panelists, that's 4 minutes.
Thank you. Emily is a staff discipline expert. Do you have any additional information to share?
I do. Thank you. Thanks again, panelists, for the clarifying information as well. Great to hear. I just wanted to note that that we are only looking at the Twigs and/or community programming under the foundation and not the school itself. So just wanted to note that. I had a couple of notes regarding the creative process. Appreciate the example that they gave and how decisions are made. I would like to know a little bit more about how regular programming plans are made and how, excuse me, community, students, parents, audiences are involved with regular feedback and evaluation opportunities. I think it was mentioned that they have conducted surveys, so thanks for that insight there. However, I would recommend that they clarify further how decision-making would be made further based on that feedback loop. I think this is also answered a little bit in the strategic planning section. So it helps to clarify how decisions are made. I appreciate that. And glad to know that there was a strategic planning effort in place for the Twigs program itself. I think that was really important to go through. And would just consider how other programs and activities in that chart might be incorporated in the strategic plan in the activities chart of the application, that is, how that might be incorporated. So there's a school performance plan and high school auditions. So thinking how those are incorporated into the TWIGS program as well, just for further clarification. When it came to the staff structure, and the goals of each group were clarified, and how they were successful, but I'd really encourage them to push on identifying how that staff structure is successful. So identifying those indicators of success a little bit further would help to clarify that they know it's working well for them. And additionally, when focusing on challenges, how they're regularly identified and addressed, I think they focused on changes in leadership and the background of the organization, but would really like to know a little bit more about how just regular challenges throughout the organization are identified. So recommend thinking about that a little bit further and how they're addressed regularly. And additionally, would like to know a little bit more about strategies in place to help diversify across staff, board, and volunteers, and how they really know that they are representational of the community being served. So a little more information would be helpful there. And also recommend that they dig in a little bit more with in section D, which was the sensory and emotional impact. I think we heard a little bit about this today with your experiences, Sharon and Laura, but to clarify that in the application, perhaps use some examples to help uplift how that impact is being served throughout the community, throughout their programming. Additionally, with how they're pushing the boundaries of creative risk as well, what that might mean for students in Baltimore City would be helpful. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. And the average final score is 95%. Before we move on, I see this comment from you, Sharon. Yes, your new score did indeed come through, so we're all right there. Thanks, Sharon. Next, please open application from Baltimore Youth Arts, application ID 2024-18798. The average initial score is 94%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Tracy, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
I observed 2 Baltimore Studio Artists program classes for Baltimore Youth Arts artistic activities. The collage class was instructed by a recent Baltimore Youth Arts alumna. This class was calm and subdued, but the students' interest in the project was clear as they began to eagerly work on their projects. There was a prompt on the front board with an objective of creating a multimedia collage. Students created a mixed media collage, they photographed their piece, and then they utilized design software on tablets that were available in the class to overlay additional design and drawing elements. As students began their work, there was an instructor. The instructor offered to brainstorm with them for any creative encouragement and to help them along in the process if they were stuck. And you could see some collaboration between some of the students too. The second class I observed was a design class. It had already begun a lively brainstorming session to work towards the design of a bus wrap that would be featured on a Baltimore city bus. So the excitement was palpable as they discussed color schemes, visuals, and a slogan for the general theme around positivity, youth, and Baltimore. Students were given the room to develop ideas and work through their ideas, and they had input and guidance from the instructor as needed. During these classes, students were given the freedom to complete their work as well as engage in collaboration, communication, and leadership skills. So these classes supported the written narrative in the application, in their programming that was offered. They showed the importance of relationship building with their students over the long term in discussions with the executive director and other staff. And the use of arts for young adults, they were using it to gain creative and personal education skills to really become leaders in their communities.
Thank you, Tracy. So Angela had to hop off for a second here to deal with some computer issues. So we're going to take a pause here and wait for her to rejoin us. So just hang tight just for a little, and we'll see if she's able to come back in. Thanks for your patience, folks. Emily's going to try and get in touch with Angela and check in.
She is going to probably call in here shortly. Was having trouble getting on the link from her phone.
Looks like we have a phone number that has joined the call. It's a 301 number ending in 40. Is that Angela? Angela, if it's you, if you wouldn't mind unmuting and giving us a hello. You may need to press *6 to unmute from your phone.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Angela.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right. I'm glad you could join via phone. All right.
I don't see anything, but
That's all right, as long as you can hear us. And I'll be sure to read out the application ID and organization clearly so you can follow along.
Okay.
Are you feeling ready to continue with we're currently reviewing Baltimore Youth Arts?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't get into their page. That's
I
the
see.
thing. Let me see.
I see. Okay. Then in that case, panelists, let's for Sharon, Laura, Tracy, let's take a brief 5-minute pause here for you all, and we'll work with Angela and make sure we can get things up and running. So if you could come back here in 5 minutes, that would be great. Thank you. So Angela,
Mhm.
you are not able to open the Smart Simple page. Is that correct?
Well, I plugged in my computer right away, so it's working, but it just won't last. That's the problem. So I can get in there right now.
Okay. Yeah, if you could try getting back in there right now, and see if you can log in. Please let us know if that's seems to be working right now.
Okay, yeah, I'm there.
Okay. Then in that case, let's proceed for as long as we can. And when we have our scheduled break times, perhaps you can reboot your computer or plug it or whatever you need to do.
That's what I'm trying to do, is when we have breaks, I'm trying to plug it in. It didn't help last time, though. So, okay, so are we discussing the...
Yes, we're on Baltimore Youth Arts at the moment. However, I've given everyone a quick 5-minute break, so they're going to be returning at 11:13. So we'll start back up in 3 minutes.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Angela, are you still there?
Yes.
Yeah, we just wanted to make sure, are you still able to access your any of your notes for your comments about your in-depth or activity visits? Are you still able to access those?
Right now I am. If the computer shuts down, I can't. But would I be able to print these off? Like I tried to print these off before and I wasn't able to print them.
Okay.
So
yeah. Well, Laura or Emily, do you have any thoughts on what we could do here?
I mean, you should be able to print just the page itself. Like the formatting might not look great, but you should be able to print just the screen as a whole. I don't think it'll format to like a PDF or anything like that, but that should be an option, I would think, right? Emily, Kathy?
yeah, when I tried to do it before, it didn't look like a script. It just kind of printed the entire page. So just without opening anything, that's why I just didn't do it, because I thought it looked weird, but I'll try and see what happens.
So you're saying all your notes and things are in Smart Simple. You don't have a separate document? Okay.
Right.
Okay. I was curious about that, to see if you could print like a Word document or Excel or something like that. But
Yeah, no, it doesn't print out for some reason. I don't know why. It won't print. Hello?
So I think, Angela, what we're going to do is Laura's going to pull your notes into
Okay.
a separate document. And
Okay.
then once complete, and thank you, Laura, for doing this, she could send it to you in an email, or I'll send it to you in an email. One of us will. So that way, down the road, if it happens later in the day, you have access to them separately. If you can print like a Word document, that might be a little bit
Okay.
easier.
Yeah, as long as the computer doesn't shut down, I'm okay.
Okay.
So,
We'll just do it as a preventative measure, just in case for later on in the day.
okay. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, folks. Are Tracy and Laura back?
Yep.
All right. Hi. And we see Sharon. All right. We've got everyone back here. So let's continue here. Just to reset, I'd like to restart on this application. So Tracy, I apologize, you've already shared, but I'll ask you to share again. Just to recap, please open application from Baltimore Youth Arts, application ID 2024-18798. The average initial score is 94%. The panelists that conducted the artistic activity visit, Tracy, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Okay. I observed 2 Baltimore Studio Arts program classes for Baltimore Youth Arts artistic activity. The collage class was instructed by a recent BYA alumna. The class was calm and subdued, and the students' interest in the project was clear as they began to eagerly work on their project. A prompt was on the board at the front of the room with the objective of creating a multimedia collage. Students would create a mixed media collage, photograph the piece, and then utilize design software on tablets that were available in class to overlay additional design and drawing elements. And as the students began their work, the instructors offered to brainstorm with them for any creative encouragement, and you could kind of see smaller groups breaking off, talking, brainstorming, looking at each other's work. The second class I observed was a design class that had already begun a lively brainstorming session to work towards the design of a bus wrap that would be featured on a Baltimore City bus. So the excitement was palpable as they discussed color schemes, visuals, and slogans for the general themes around positivity, youth, and Baltimore. Students were given the room to develop ideas and work through them with input and guidance from their instructor as needed. During these classes, students were given the freedom to complete their work, as well as engaging in collaboration, communication, and leadership, and really, putting forth an idea and, building buy-in and things like that with their peers. These classes supported the written narrative in the application and their programming offered. The importance of relationship building with their students over long term was pointed out by the executive director and their staff. And the use of the arts for young adults to gain creative, personal, and educational skills to become leaders in their communities was clear.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Sharon, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered. Sharon, we're unable to hear you if you are speaking.
I'm so sorry. I had an in-depth conversation with the executive director of Baltimore Youth Arts, which is a creative entrepreneurship and job training program that provides artistic and professional opportunities to young people between the ages of 14 to 25, especially those in the justice system. BYA helps young people gain creative, personal, and educational skills that enable them to become leaders in their communities. They learn transferable skills such as communication and relationship building, resume writing and interviewing skills, creative and critical thinking, collaboration skills. They learn to meet deadlines. They learn computer skills, sales and marketing, plus creative and technical artistic skills. The kinds of art classes change based on youth feedback and have included drawing, painting, printmaking, collage, photography, mural making, filmmaking, podcasting and sound design, creative writing, graphic design, fashion design, and product design. BYA class locations are accessible by public transport, and BYA provides bus tokens or passes to those who need them. Programs are regularly evaluated by staff and participants to ensure quality. The staff has clear hierarchy for rapid decision-making, but whenever possible, they operate collaboratively, inviting the valuable input and ideas of staff and youth participants. They have solid financial tracking processes in place, and budget projections and actual expenditures are regularly reviewed by the board. The current leadership at Fusion, their fiscal sponsor, has worked hard to rectify its previous problems and reporting issues. BYA is happy to say it's back in the black. BYA's Forever Home is still under construction, but it is in progress. Preparations are also underway to undertake a formal strategic planning process. BYA has been able to return to the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center, where they're again teaching life skills, and regular arts programming was scheduled to start again in March. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I just want to say how evident the passion and commitment was from the executive director. It was really palpable.
Yeah, I wanted to add that the executive director, again, having met with her and spoken with her while also observing these classes, the design classes, they also have partnerships with Taharka Brothers. So their students will create an ice cream flavor, and they'll design a wrap for the ice cream container and t-shirts. So they're not just doing these things in theory, they are doing the actual work and being put out into the community. A student or someone involved in their programming did the design for their store, their online website. And they had a partnership with a sports organization. And I think some of that, they took photos of the students, and any financial benefit that came from that went to the students who were involved. So they really are doing this work on the ground, and those involved really are benefiting.
I'll just add a comment. I'm thank you for all that, and I was excited to hear that, you know, they're forever home. It will be wonderful to get them situated and launching to the future without that sort of stumbling block. So awesome.
To that point, I'll just add that they have a new partnership with Central Baltimore Partnership, which helped them to find an interim space as well as funds to finish their permanent space. So they're very excited about that as well.
Panelists, any other questions, thoughts, recommendations? If not, Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
Just a couple of notes, and thanks, panelists. This was really helpful information, and I'm glad to hear about the positive responses that you had and the engagement you had with this group. And you've noted that they are under Fusion Partnership as their fiscal sponsor, and I also have noted the financial note that they put into their application as well. So I can also do some external checking on that just to make sure they are supported and feeling good. But it sounds like they've got really good communications with their fiscal sponsor, and and have been in touch around their financials to ensure that they have good financial sustainability moving forward and a good working relationship. So that's really great to hear. I wanted to uplift that the evaluation is a key part of their programming, and that happens directly with the youth that are involved. So I thought that was really, it's a great model of engaging their participants and encouraging that work that's at the heart of their mission. And I'm glad to hear that they are working towards a strategic plan. That was a question that I had as well, and moving forward with that process in 2023. I encourage them to take a similar approach as they do with their programming, engage feedback with community and stakeholders, and perhaps consider using a consultant to help lead and provide another learning and growth opportunity for the youth involvement as well. Again, I think they have a clear budgeting process and how they work with Fusion from a monitoring aspect. So glad to hear that you received some answers on that as well, with the regular reporting and reconciling of revenue and expenses moving forward. Based on the data they provide, it seems like they have a good representation racially and based on gender of the staff and board and participants that are involved with the organization. I would be curious to know if they have any strategies in place to ensure that equity and diversity moving forward. So if they could clarify that, but I think that they're doing the work there. And I also just wanted to note that their values include inquiry and risk, which is an inherent part of the organization taking on creative risk at the heart of their mission, vision, and those values that they noted. So it's within everything they do that they're thinking about creative risk in community and what they're providing to the public. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. And the average final score is 99%. Next, please open application from Creative Nomads, application ID 2024-18004. The average initial score is 94%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Laura, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
My artistic activity evaluation of Creative Nomads included meeting Kayanecha Doherty for a discussion of the activities. We met at the Cube Co-work, which is a cooperative workspace on Harford Road where the Creative Nomads, they utilize their offices and equipment. They have meeting rooms and gallery spaces for their events, such as the Drumming with Dad kickoff. While a Creative Nomads community activity was not occurring during my visit, I met with her working on administration duties in one of the lower level offices. She toured me through 2 levels of spaces and described the activities held or potentially activities planned in the variety of spaces. Creative Nomads is focused on the professional development of artists and on providing access to arts, music, cultural programming to all youth and families. Their activities vary widely and are always open to suggestions. Where art starts, dance programs and youth yoga programs are held in local schools. Family painting programs and other activities are held outside, such as Art in the Park. Mural program embellished the Ambassador Theater in Liberty Heights. Her passion to include access to art and fulfilling the mission was evident. She indicated the challenge was not as much financial needs for supplies, but a need to pay for staffing and teachers and time spent on social media and newsletters. Her tireless, long hours working on the mission, really as a labor of love, is a testament to that. And the application responses around mission, equitable art access are fully in alignment with my visit.
Thank you. The panelist that held the in-depth conversation, Angela, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Thank you. Creative Nomads uses the arts to connect families and generations through music, art, dance, and mindfulness, while advocating for equal access to art for all. Many of their events are free of charge, and those who cannot afford to pay for events are given community love, entrance to the event for free. In this way, they can reach all community members because there is no financial barrier. Creative Nomads has been in existence for 8 years, in which time they have expanded their program to include Mindfulness with Mom, Drumming with Dad, Art in the Park, dance classes, the Creative Caroling Project, May the 4th Be With You, and Youth Yoga, to name a few. The Art in the Park series is a fall event that includes crafts and paintings centered around the themes of Halloween, Thanksgiving, and harvest. This year, they hope to expand the series to include Christmas in July, where families can bond while creating ornaments and listening to Christmas music. They incorporate Spanish-speaking facilitators for school programs with larger Latino populations, as well as translators who work in the Yoga and Mindfulness with Mom programs. They are waiting on approval for a new Cinco de Mayo event. Creative Nomads also supports artists by holding professional development workshops, such as the Vocal Boot Camp, which was held at the Kennedy Center, and the Exchange, which trains background singers. They operate now with a 4-person administrative team, but would like to fill the positions of a development director and a project coordinator for the professional constituents. They hope to expand their programming and support of the professional artists living in the Baltimore and the DMV areas. Creative Nomads links art with culture and the joy of experiencing art as a family and a community.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I just want to thank you, Angela, for addressing the questions that I personally had on this application.
Sure.
Angela, you mentioned that constituents can give feedback at any time for programming. Can you expand on that a little more?
Yes, they do a lot of feedback. Well, they have the feedback from their facilitators, but they also do crabs with dad with like the circle, the drumming circle that they do with the dads, and then they'll invite the dads back for like a dinner. They have the community voice tool was a survey that's shared with stakeholders, and it's available on the website and to be filled out at any time. So, and their evaluations also are by their academic partner schools. So they have lots of ways that they're able to have community feedback.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will add to that. The director mentioned that really she is open to so many suggestions. She's inspired by so many suggestions and always looking for new ways to connect partners and new programs. So I think her feelers are always out.
Panelists, any additional questions, thoughts, recommendations? If not, Emily is a staff discipline expert. Do you have any additional information to share?
A few more notes. Thanks again, panelists. Just want to note that this organization is in a period of growth. I believe, Angela, you said they've been expanding over the past 8 years, which is great to know for context of how they've been moving forward over the past couple of years and keeping the pandemic in mind. What has occurred is, I think they're still growing, which is great. And with that being said, they were able to complete their first strategic plan, which is really great for an organization. So congratulations for that. It seems like they engaged a consultant for that process and connected with stakeholders and partners throughout the process in a meaningful way. I would be curious to know how long the process was, how many years the strategic plan is in place for, and when it will officially start in terms of implementation. So just curious to know, is it now or is it looking to start in later in the year, FY24? So just clarification there would be helpful as a recommendation. I also had some notes about the structure of the staff. So thank you for clarifying that, Angela. Again, I would just encourage them to think about their financial stability as they move forward with capacity building in terms of that staff and those staff goals. So keeping everything like that in mind. I think they had great community feedback and evaluation, and as noted, having that access to that evaluation tool available on their website is a really great approach as well. I also appreciated their candid transparency throughout the application, including their challenges and how fundraising can be very difficult, especially during a period of growth. So I encourage them, again, to keep continuing down that path of regularly identifying and addressing those challenges that come up. I think they're doing a great job there. And additionally, just to end, I think they had a really great answer to thinking about the sensory and emotional intent of their programs. They had fantastic descriptions of how they really want participants to feel when they're participating. And I think, Laura, you mentioned this when you were talking with the executive director about their goals of how they really want community to feel. So that was just so good. All right, thanks.
Thank
I
you.
just have one. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Angela. Angela,
yes.
yes. Is this a comment regarding the application?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm so sorry. The discussion period has concluded.
Okay.
So unfortunately, we can't accept any more comments about it. However, I
Okay.
want to note that if you would like, you can make a note of that within the rubric in the notes section, anywhere within the scoring rubric. You feel free to notate anything additional you wanted to state.
Okay, thank you.
Panelists, based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. And the average final score is 97%. Next, please open application from Downtown Frederick Partnership. Application ID 2024-17024. The average initial score is 88%. The panelists that conducted the artistic activity visit, Angela, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Thank you. The Downtown Frederick Partnership works to be a hub of culture to those living in Frederick County. The city boasts 20 art galleries, the Weinberg Center for the Arts, the Met Theater and Sky Stage, as well as dance studios, jewelry makers, and other artisans. Their Alive at 5 series provides 21 weeks of outdoor concerts at the Carroll Creek Amphitheater with a variety of artists and genres of music being performed. First Saturdays throughout the year provide not only opportunities to support small businesses, but over 100 performing artists are hired for these events as well. I attended the art walk, in which the art galleries were open and many were providing demonstrations of how their art is created. In June, 40 chalk artists transformed downtown Frederick sidewalks, and in February, the Fire and Ice commissions over 100 ice sculptors to display their sculptures on the streets of the city. There are numerous murals on buildings, giving constituents exposure to art as they walk through the city and the alleyways. I experienced Dino Alley, a mural of dinosaurs painted on the side of a parking garage. There are over 25 public works of art throughout the city of Frederick. Along with hiring diverse acts for the Alive at 5 series, the partnership also supports the Thai Water Festival, the Black Frederick Festival, the Hispanic Heritage Festival, and the Festival of the Arts. First Saturdays bring over 13,000 people to the city each month. The Downtown Frederick Partnership is open to feedback from constituents and looks for new artists to support and activities to bring to Downtown Frederick. The Downtown Frederick Partnership hopes to inspire their residents with pride and a feeling of being welcome to the city.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Laura, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
I met virtually with Kara Norman, the Executive Director, and Leanne Cruz, the Associate Director, and the partnership works to enhance, promote, and preserve the vitality, livability, and diversity of downtown Frederick, a national Main Street community. Working with business and community leaders, the partnership serves as a Main Street manager, overseeing 4 committees: design, business development, promotion, and organization. At least one staff member joins each community committee that meets monthly, creates timeline, goals, and budgets. Committee programs and budgets are approved by the board and integrated into the annual budget. The budget approval is only needed for items not in the budget. So the last strategic plan was due to be updated in 2020, but pandemic delayed that. A new 5-year strategic plan was just released in 2023, informed by community focus groups, about 70 people for that, which led to a community-wide survey. To reach new constituents and to become more representative of the community, the partnership works with other cultural programs and festivals, celebrating local shops, dining, and diversity. The Alive at 5 has been successful for about 19 years. It's a weekly event over 25 weeks, attracting up to 900 people, some big names and some first-time performers. So it really crosses the spectrum. The partnership recently initiated the Sunday Art Walk to attract more visitors to spend the weekend there. Uncharted is an example of a program supporting non-dominant norms, transforming 2 alleys in downtown Partnership for 1 year by integrating modern design into an historic environment is not always understood. The small, passionate staff enjoy working together and understand the significance of a sense of place.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
Clearly, this organization is providing valuable activities and events for Frederick and for visitors to Frederick. Did you talk to them at all about the proposal? Didn't seem to center art as much as it might if you're seeking an art grant. It didn't include it in the mission statement, and the emotional experience was basically for people to have a positive experience of Frederick. Did you talk with them at all about how they might orient their presentation when they're seeking artistic support to be a little more focused on the actual art itself?
I didn't talk with them specifically about that. Some of the things that we did talk about are all the artful programs that they are working on. The Uncharted is it's sort of a temporary art form, so just for 1 year, and they just take a whole alleyway. All of the Sunday, the art walk, that's, again, it's bringing in the arts, it's bringing in the culture, it's bringing in the diversity of the community to really, build that sense of downtown Frederick as being a place to be, not just for 1 day or the first Saturdays, which I have been to and they're fabulous, but the first Sundays as well, to have people spend the night and to allow the art to, include or build their business development.
Thank you.
And I guess certainly the other thing I guess we did talk about in the music world, their performances are, sometimes it'll be, a big name where there'll be a big draw. Sometimes it'll be a new, unusual smaller scale or something that, you know, a first timer, if you will. And so sometimes it's the event that brings people, sometimes it's the artist that brings people, sometimes it's the, you know, just that's what you do on a Saturday or a Sunday. So. I guess one other thing that, in one of the questions, you know, just the success of the staff. It's a very small staff, but it's really successful because they all have their own unique staff descriptions, but they're small enough and nimble enough, and they're all so super passionate about, you know, building that sense of place and, you know, it's all rah-rah Frederick and rah-rah, you know, inclusivity. And so they're all very, very passionately jumping in as needed to work together to get everything done. So I was pretty impressed with that.
That's 4 minutes.
Thank you. Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
I do. Panelists, I just wanted to note that this is a new organization in the Grants for Organization programs. This is the first time that they're applying and considering some of these questions for the first time. So in that note, I would encourage the organization to use this application as a reflective tool for the organization and really think about the questions being asked and use that in with their staff and board to really consider each and every question in the section, which is to help engage, you know, in their organizational management and thinking about community and the work that they're doing throughout Frederick and the county. With that being said as well, there were some notes about, you know, the art within the grant. This application is not looking at the full scope of the work of the Downtown Frederick organization. It's really looking at the arts-based programming. So as mentioned, the Alive at 5 series, the First Saturday events, public art and placemaking with arts at the core. So I just wanted to note that that's what the State Arts Council would be looking at funding, those community and public-based arts programming. I appreciate the note about the community-wide survey. I had some questions about feedback and evaluation, incorporating that into how decisions are being made. So I'm glad to hear that there's that engagement tool and that they're thinking about surveying the community to make sure that happens. I also had some notes about strategic planning and how stakeholders and community members are involved in that process. So just like with the creative process, how are communities and audiences involved with decision making as well, and how the arts are incorporated in that strategic planning effort as a full organization. Is it a pillar, a priority, a goal in the overall Downtown Frederick strategic plan? So would encourage them to engage in that way and clarify further. I also appreciate the note about the staff, Laura, that you mentioned, and indicating that being successful as a small organization, being nimble and passionate and working towards that sense of place is a helpful note. So thank you for that. Also encourage them to think about how challenges are being addressed regularly and what strategies you might be using for recruitment, which was mentioned in the application. And similarly, with how board and staff volunteer are reflective of community and working towards diversity and equity strategies for recruitment as well. I noted that I appreciate the hiring of artists, musicians, and performers who they mentioned are diverse and representative of community, but would really think about how that Same idea is reflective among the staff and board as well. I think the questions around the sensory and emotional experience and intent would benefit from some examples to help highlight and uplift that work and those intentions of how they want folks to feel when they're engaging with the programming. And also thinking about creative risk, I didn't see a lot of that in the answer, so I would really encourage them to think fully around non-dominant norms, values, goals, and why that's important to downtown Frederick. And again, consider some examples to help highlight how they're considering creative risk in their programming decisions. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. And the average final score is 95%. Next, please open application from Great Blacks and Wax Museum, application ID 2024-18592. The average initial score is 72%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Tracy, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
So I was unable to attend an in-person youth program for Black History Month at the Great Blacks and Wax Museum, but I was provided with an adult and youth virtual tour, as well as a virtual program that was part of Black History Month programming called Healing Hearts and Hands. The Voices of History tour has a middle school to adult tour and a shorter kids tour. Both tours are very informative, and they begin with information about the composition of the wax figures. From there, African history is discussed. They move to the period of slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, civil rights, and then they move into more current history. The tour closes with an uplifting closing statement for anyone who moved through the whole tour. In all areas, historical highlights are hit, as well as additional information. The adult tour is very detailed. It has a lot of information. It's really informative. The children's tour is also informative, but it's slightly shorter with a more playful style to keep young children engaged while still covering that broad swath of history. The Black History Month virtual programming Healing Hearts and Hands was a 20-minute program that opened with a cartoon explaining the heart's anatomy and function. And this transitioned into a tour that focused on a very pointed tour that focused on the contributions of Black physicians to the medical field from ancient Egypt through the 20th century. The program closed with a discussion of the contribution of Henrietta Lacks' cells and how her cells contributed to science, but it highlighted the darker side of this contribution, that her consent was never given for this use, and kind of giving discussion and leaving you off at that point where you're thinking about how this is not that uncommon throughout history in medical sciences and the use of people in progressions in science. Another highlight that I was able to discuss with the executive director was their traveling exhibitions, which was very helpful.
Panelists, that's 2 minutes.
Thank you. The panelist that held the in-depth conversation, Angela, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Thank you. Great Blacks in Wax Museum, located in the Oliver community of Baltimore City, offers education, hope, pride, and community to their constituents and to the greater Baltimore area. All students age 12 and under, as well as all school groups, can visit the museum for free. There are a number of programs which educate children and youth about Black history, as well as programming which encourages intergenerational interaction. A dynamic community outreach program is an important tenet of the museum's mission. They literally take their exhibits to the streets with the Voices of History Street Fair, which features youth storytellers in costume, choral groups, and instrumentalists. You may find Great Blacks in wax traveling exhibits in churches, hospitals, schools, jails, homeless shelters, and many other institutions. Collaboration with other organizations such as the Griot Circle of Maryland, the Baltimore Aquarium, the Juxtopia Group, and the Contemporary and the Walters Museum help them reach their objectives. Many of the sculptors and artists hired are graduates of MICA and residents of the Baltimore area. The museum willingly confronts sensitive historical issues that ask patrons to consider and reflect on their values. Founded in 1983 by Drs. Joanne and Elmer Martin, the museum celebrates 40 years this year and has plans to expand. These plans include reversing the deterioration of the Oliver community, increase the space and number of exhibits, upgrade the quality, scope, and maintenance of the collections, and engage a broad spectrum of patrons through outreach and technology.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I have a question. The proposal describes the organization's evolution, and clearly it comes across from them and from both of you that they're providing important cultural activities in the community. There wasn't any specific information specific to the last 2 years in terms of how things have changed. Can anyone talk to that?
When I spoke to the director, they, of course, had to do a lot more planning virtually. So they do have virtual programs on their website. Like you can tour the museum virtually. So I think that's, one of the things that they had to do in order to just kind of, keep themselves out there during the pandemic.
Thank you.
And that virtual program that I viewed, that was part of a larger virtual programming for Black History Month. So they do continue to do virtual programming, which I do think is newer to them. They do really prefer people to come in person to experience, because it's I think it's a very impactful experience when you're in the building and you're there seeing it. They do prefer that, and they really do a lot with their traveling exhibitions. But it does seem like they are always updating the figures that they have, gaining new figures as they can, and they do have some very current figures, and they've added, I believe, a couple of their storytellers. Sorry, let me get. They added Mama Linda Goss and Mama Mary Carter Smith to their collection recently.
My other question was, the activity chart didn't answer about things being tuition or fee based, and if so, how does it reach beyond paying constituents? Can anyone talk about that?
Well, all children that are 12 and under are free. So, I do think there is a fee to get into the museum, but, again, they're doing many things outside of the museum, also taking their exhibits on the road, so to speak. So, of course, those kind of things are free.
And expanding past perhaps their regular base, they have had a partnership with the local Fox station that's been doing kind of small snippets about the organization and kind of promoting them and promoting people to visit, and here's why. So they are kind of working on some outreach, it seems.
Thank you both very much.
Mm-hmm.
I had more recommendations as I was going through this, and really following on Sharon's comment about, not quite answering the question each time, but there was so much good information in other parts that you could get the answer in other places. So I think in general, I might recommend, paring down and making sure that you're answering, all this good information in the right place. So as we were looking through it, it just easily click, click, click.
Panelists, that's 4 minutes.
Thank you. Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
I do have a few more notes. And again, thanks panelists for the additional information. I wanted to note at the top that with the Great Blocks and Wax Museum, we are looking at their arts-based programming of the museum, such as the storytelling and the wax figures, which is a strong part of the programming. But as an organization that's based in history, culture, and the arts, we are just looking at the public and community arts-based programming here for this organization. As noted, I also recommend that the museum answer the questions throughout the application with more detail and answering in full. It would just help to clarify a lot of questions throughout. And as Laura, you mentioned, I think some of those answers were found throughout. So I do encourage the panel to look at the answers provided and as that, as you find those answers throughout the application. But again, it would provide more fuller clarity if the answers were also addressed in full. I also recommend that they be in touch with me as their program director with the State Arts Council prior to the application deadlines to ask for support, feedback on drafts, have conversation, discuss any questions or concerns that they might have about the application or the process in advance, just to provide that intentional support to them as well. And given the significant impacts of the pandemic, I would recommend that they focus on strategies to ensure financial stability, which has been a challenge that they mentioned in the application as well. So focusing on that, I think would be really great for this organization in particular. And I also have a note about the financials that were provided in the application to ensure that those are filled out in full, and I am working with them to make those updates as well. So that would just help in terms of those strategies and goals for the organization. I also have a note about the activities chart that was mentioned, so I appreciate the additional information that was provided and your experiences that align with the activities chart. I would, however, recommend that each section and that they complete, that they do answer the activities chart in full. There were some holes throughout. So in particular, how those arts-based programs are connected to the mission, vision, values, and goals, and how each program is designed to reach constituents who are yet to be known in their area. So consider how they're reaching folks through partnerships and targeted marketing efforts. So I do appreciate the partnership with the local Fox station. That would be, that's a great strategy to help with those targeted marketing efforts and a partnership to help uplift that. So clarifying those in advance would be helpful as well. I do think they provided a good overview of what's considered in their program planning, and glad to see they've got some great evaluation efforts in place. I would have them further consider how those evaluation and feedback efforts impact the programming decisions. So how might the community and the participants who are involved with that process be encouraged to participate further or know that their voices are being heard? How is that being heard as part of that continual creative process? I've also had some questions around the strategic planning. There was a note about a 1999 campaign for their strategic plan with the board. I was curious to know if those same people were involved with their current plan or if they engaged other people, other groups, stakeholders. Given the pandemic and the challenges over the past couple of years, I also am curious to know if they feel the need to update or evaluate the current plan that's in place. I also found that there is some, it's clear there's hierarchy in the organizational chart, but was a little unclear of who oversees who and what position and how they're connected and how they report to one another or collaborate together. So clarification there would be helpful, along with the connection to individuals and boards and partnerships. How do you know the structure works? So consider some further indicators of success in that work. Excuse me, and how the finances are monitored. I believe it was mentioned a little bit, but consider how who and from the board or staff are responsible and who are involved. And generally, excuse me, to end, I appreciate the commitment to the vision of reflecting the geographic area of service, but again, would recommend some further statistics around numbers and who's represented in Baltimore City, and knowing further how the staff and board are also reflective. So just some demographic indicators would help to uplift that question as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now.
Hi, panelists. That's 3 minutes. You could wrap up your scoring.
And the average final score is 82%. All right, panelists, we're going to take a break. This is going to be a 15-minute break. So if we could all return at 12:32. At 12:32, we will see you back then. All right, folks, the time is now 12:32. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Laura. And Angela, if you could let us know if you're back, you may need to unmute yourself again using *6.
Okay.
Okay. Great.
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. So before we dive in, please make sure you're back in your panelist home screens under pending final review, and we will proceed. Panelists, please open application from the Greater Baltimore Cultural Alliance, application ID 2024-18824. The average initial score is 91%. The panelists that conducted the artistic activity visit, Laura, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
My artistic activity evaluation included an afternoon event at the Baltimore Museum of Art presented by GBCA and Contemporary Arts, Inc. The program was entitled An Afternoon of Artistic Excellence, Handing Down the Traditions, featuring the award-winning Baker performing artists. Jeannie Howe, the GBCA Executive Director, and Lauren Sanders, Development Director, met me before the show to discuss the Baker Awards and also to visit the Baker Awards Visual Arts Gallery. The performance included 10 performing artists, many world-renowned, including John Von Vargas, hip-hop, Lafayette Gilchrist, jazz ensemble, Vincent Thomas, dance, Joy Scott, vocalist, Todd Marcus, jazz ensemble, with students Damian Noble and Ephraim Dorsey on piano and sax. After intermission, Carl Grubb's jazz ensemble, again with sax camp students, Damian on piano and Ephraim on sax, and very, very young sax camp participants, Gabby DeAngelis and her 6-year-old brother as a vocalist. Then Lizzie Stassi did showcase an immersive theater. Alan Shing, dance, highlighting 2 young dancers. Scott Patterson on piano with his 2 young sons, Judah and Roz, guitar and keyboard. Vocalist Ellen Cherry on guitar closed with an expression of gratitude for this event that offers the chance for the performers to come together as a reunion. They generally work separately and really enjoy seeing each other come together and watch each other grow. The program is celebration of accomplishments and inspiration to the next generation, which fully aligned with my experience.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Sharon, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
The Greater Baltimore Cultural Alliance creates equity and opportunity in, through, and for arts and culture in the greater Baltimore area. They provide vital resources for artists, including funding, exposure, and professional development. They help organizations build audiences and develop their workforce. Over 80% of GBCA programs are free of charge. 120 arts organizations are GBCA members, enjoying a range of benefits which are regularly updated based on member feedback. GBCA's Culture Flyer, a weekly e-blast reaching 16,000 residents, helps nonprofits expand their audiences. Culture Fly calendar gets as many as 100,000 annual site visits. Jobs Plus is the only culturally specific job site in the area. GBCA, as Laura mentioned, also manages the Baker Artist Portfolios, which features highly diverse artists from multiple disciplines. Some use it as their primary website, and GBCA offers technical support to those who need it. The annual adjudicated awards gives out $90,000 to 6 artists in 6 disciplines. In addition to money, awardees get exhibitions at the Baltimore Museum of Art, and 30 finalists also get showcases and exhibitions. GBCA also runs a paid fellowship for rising arts administrators of color, placing them in an arts organization for 5 months to further develop their professional skills, build a professional network, and pair them with a mentor. GBCA helps the host organizations develop more equitable practices aimed at recruiting, developing, and retaining employees of color. GBCA helps to ensure that all people in the area have access to arts and culture and that there is a fair distribution of programmatic, financial, and information resources. They clearly support and strengthen the arts in Baltimore. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I guess I will add that this program that I saw that was really a celebration about the next generation. It was really about bringing the younger, empowering the younger generation, even as young as 6, to, to experience the stage, to see their potential. I have had my daughter attended the Sax camp when she was young, and it was a place where, they really find the potential in whatever the student wants to learn, and really pushes that forward. And Carl Grubbs just was almost gushing on stage when he was listening to this young 6-year-old vocalize while his, older sister played sax. So it was really special to not only those of us in the audience, but to the artists. Guess I'll add one more thing too. The gentleman sitting next to me was saying that he comes every year and it's something he looks forward to, and that because there are some of the same artists that comes, he has seen the growth of them, and that was really, that impressed him as well.
So I had a question about the section about staffing and financial challenges. I felt that they alluded to some staffing issues. Did they discuss any of that information with you in your conversation?
Hold on, I'm looking through my notes, Tracy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, for me, I tried to stay in my artist activity mode. So I made sure before the end, because I did meet with them beforehand, but I said, we're walking through the Baker exhibit.
I think the closest thing I can say is that they feel like their work on financial stability has really been paying off, and they qualified for a significant employee retention tax credit. So that speaks to staffing a little bit. When I asked about their program and initiative development, they talked about that they have 3 directors who are predominantly responsible for that: the directors of innovation, the director of development, and the director of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Sounds like they're very inclusive of staff in terms of budgeting. In terms of, they did say that one of the things, and they were very forthcoming about this, that one of the things that they've experienced is, like many nonprofits, they have a seasonal funding issue many years because funding comes in the latter half of the year. They plan ahead to deal with issues of seasonal cash management, and they are considering changing their fiscal year from the calendar year.
Panelists, that's 4 minutes. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
Just a couple of notes, panelists. Thank you so much for that additional information. That was really helpful for me. Overall, I thought their application was very thorough, so I didn't have a lot of additional questions, but just wanted to uplift that this organization has undergone significant strategic planning and evaluation efforts of the organization as a whole. And I appreciated that they mentioned this as a thread throughout the application. We're referring back to the strategic plan. So just as you mentioned around the staffing changes, and Sharon, I think you noted this too, that they did create some new positions, and that is really reflective in their strategic plan to ensure that they're thinking about recruitment efforts as part of long-term planning and goal setting. So wanted to uplift that part. And I also noted that they consider, their community engagement and programming as a reflection of the community as well. And I think that's also reflected in their operations and their intent as they move forward. And I think they've got a really great understanding of the service area and who they're serving overall, and encourage them to continue in their work and think about how they are engaging and continue in that vein. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. And the average final score is 97%. Next, please open application from Justice Arts Coalition. Application ID 2024-17937. The average initial score is 91%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Sharon, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Justice Arts Coalition, or JAC, creates and increases access to arts opportunities for currently and formerly incarcerated artists, which reduce isolation and its associated risks by facilitating relationships and connections with the outside, deepening creative skills, and generating revenue. The very dedicated JAC staff invited me to a private virtual slideshow, video, and verbal presentation of one of JAC's core programs, Correspond Arts. I had a chance to hear from and talk with the executive director, one of the teaching artists, and a program assistant. I viewed some of the truly gorgeous art created by incarcerated people who take part in this or other JAC programs, and I looked at examples of the thoughtful distance learning packets created for incarcerated people to study art, creative writing, and theater. I heard directly from the teaching artist who heads Correspond Arts visual arts program, and I also watched the videotaped speech of a woman recently released from incarceration, a former student of Correspond Arts. She spoke at a JAC event how meaningful the program was for her amid COVID lockdown, a way to transcend the isolation and the terrors of the early days of the pandemic by exploring her own creativity and receiving direct feedback from her instructors through the mail. It also became a way for her and other participants to connect with one another, slipping their art and writing to each other under the locked doors of their cells. This is clearly a thoughtfully designed, deeply needed, highly effective, and scalable program, and I celebrate Justice Arts Coalition for their work.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Tracy, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
I met with Justice Arts Coalition staff and board member and intern to gain insight into a few sections of JAC's application. So one of the questions was about how Justice Arts Coalition's work contributes towards the vision of eradicating prisons. The executive director, Wendy, explained that for there to be large-scale social change, there needs to be large-scale public support. So changing the general view of incarcerated people being just violent criminals, but pointing to the fact that they are full people and human and experiencing life as well, is what JAC does. And they do this through creating personal connections with incarcerated individuals, teaching us that that villain criminal story is often not correct. And JAC creates that connection between those incarcerated people and the general population. Another concern was how viable it is to increase the budget so significantly with added rent and increased staff when moving away from a fiscal sponsor. So with a substantial surplus from prior operating years, an increase in funding sources, JAC has reserves to accommodate unexpected changes in expenses in addition to any additional expenses already budgeted throughout the year. So also budgeted commitments for this fiscal year were lower than the actuals. So they have commitments their commitments exceed the actuals of what was intended for this budget year. In addition, they're further diversifying funding sources, and with additional staff, we'll have more capacity to cultivate individual donors. An update on board and staffing. Challenges of the prison system did make JAC unable to maintain an incarcerated person as a board co-chair when the other co-chair on the outside left the board. And that was the person who signed the checks, managed in-person responsibilities of a board chair. That incarcerated individual is still an active member of the board. So Wendy, Jason.
Sorry. Yes, that's time.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion. Tracy, please feel free to complete your thought there if you'd like.
Sure. My last thought was just Wendy Jason is the director of JAC, and she's hired a director of operations, development and communications director, and a program coordinator. So with this staffing, they can work with fewer interns, and those interns will work directly with their supervisor. So rather than having to manage 12 interns at one time, which kind of led to some turnover, they'll have just a handful of interns that will have, direct supervisors. So that'll be a little bit of a change in their structure.
I do have a question, Tracy, about the amount of volunteers and artists that actually stay in the program after their release. Did you get into sort of how many, or how sort of, is there some success there in folks coming back and continuing all that?
Yeah, so we did touch on that a little bit. And part of that is a lot of it is up to the artists. There are some structured ways for them to get involved, but really the expectation is for them to come back if they feel a need. And they have found that people do come back. They feel that the new space kind of gives more opportunities to involve recently incarcerated individuals who have been released. And that way they can come to the site and help work and volunteer there. And then they have started a bi-weekly virtual gathering for formerly incarcerated individuals. So there's no JAC staff, no JAC staff there. And this allows artists who are starting their artistic journey, who have commonalities to share their experience, as well as what they're going through as they're transitioning from incarceration to being back outside. So they're working on those things. They're flexible, and they did mention that there's not a static programming procedure in place, that they try to be flexible. So when they find those needs are voiced, they can create programming around needs that have been brought to them.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Laura, I just want to add that the event that I witnessed, or part of the tape that I witnessed, included one of their former participants testifying to the validity of the program. So I think they also have former participants who engage in that way, making sure that the work carries on for currently incarcerated people.
Great. That can be really impactful.
Yes, another weeping experience.
I will also add that through the networking that they have, one of the new hires to their staff is a formerly incarcerated individual. So it's throughout the organization.
I'd like to add. Sorry, are we done, Kirk?
Yes, I'm sorry. That's time.
Thank you. Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
Just a couple of points overall. I thought this was a very clear, thoughtful, and thorough application. So appreciate all the information that was included along with your notes, panelists. That was really helpful. I did want to note that I had a couple of questions about the budgeting process. Tracy, I think you alluded to the budgeting, the commitment, and where they're at in their current financials. but I would encourage them to think a little bit further about the process itself, who's involved with the budgeting, how it's moving through board support and approval process there, in addition to how they're monitoring it throughout the year. So that would be helpful to know, but I am encouraged to hear about the surplus and the plan for that financial stability overall. I think that's really important as they move forward because they're a fairly new organization. As mentioned, they came out of a fiscal sponsorship on their own as a 501c3, so they're in a period of growth. So having that fiscal stability with cash reserves already is really great, and moving into from a virtual space or nomadic space to having operations in Tacoma Park and an actual physical place to gather, I think will be important too. So I'm glad to hear all of that is moving forward. I think they have clear consideration for many voices, from ideation to the evaluation of their creative process and their programming. It was very clear. I'm also glad to know that a strategic plan is getting started. Again, as a new organization and like many others coming out of the pandemic, while obtaining that fiscal space, this will be a critical part to planning and moving ahead for that organizational sustainability, and to have that important roadmap ahead for that period of growth. Also wanted to note that, the work that they're doing, the mission is taking on creative risk regularly and considering it non-dominant norms and values and goals on a consistent basis, just by nature of their mission. So just wanted to uplift that part too, and appreciate all the notes that were shared and your experiences to help highlight the work that they're doing. Thanks, panelists.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. And the average final score is 98%. Next, please open application from Leaders of Tomorrow Youth. Application ID 2024-18367. The average initial score is 93%. The panelists that conducted the artistic activity visit, Laura, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
My artistic activity evaluation included meeting Dana Carr, Executive Director, and Lauren Blackwell, Executive Administrator, for a tour of their administration office in Mount Vernon and a discussion of their activities. The organization supports youth ages 5 to 18 in Maryland, DC, and Virginia, with arts programs that encourage excellence in the arts, academics, and social development. The mission is to teach youth the fundamentals of leadership and encourage them to use their gifts and strengths to promote success and balance in their lives. Dana toured me briefly through the small office and described activities held in the variety of small spaces, mostly used for meetings and administrative needs. A small conference room is used for training and meetings with leadership team, teachers, and staff for professional development training, and larger team meetings are held at nearby open works. No community activity was occurring during my visit. However, Dana and Lauren were working on administrative duties, and we met in the conference room for a brief slideshow that was prepared for us, showing a sampling of activities in a variety of different schools. Most of the activities are held in schools, typically after hours and summer programs. The presentation included music, vocals, dance, visual arts, theater, media arts, and culinary arts. The LTYC leadership passion to include access to art and fulfilling the mission was evident. I was especially struck by the positive focus they have for the students. They call the students STARS, an acronym for serious, trustworthy, attentive, respectful, successful. The application responses around mission, especially access to arts, education, and training, fully aligned with my experience visit.
Thank you. The panelist that held the in-depth conversation, Sharon, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Leaders of Tomorrow Youth Center empowers youth to excel in the arts, academics, and social development. Through arts programs, LTYC enables youth to explore their creativity and teaches them the fundamentals of leadership, encouraging them to use their gifts and their strengths to achieve success and balance in their lives. The hardworking, enthusiastic, committed staff is representative of the communities they serve, and they've added a Latina site coordinator as well as interpreters as needed to better serve the area's growing Latinx population. The organization's founder serves as the president, responsible for the overall vision of the organization. The executive director drives daily operations and staff reports to her and the executive administrator. Fiscal and staffing challenges are routinely identified through weekly leadership meetings and through the way staff operates in constant conversation and collaboration. LTYC believes in educating the whole child, which includes supporting parents and strengthening the family. They offer parental engagement workshops as well as workshops that involve both children and parents. Parents are encouraged to engage with staff and to attend all student showcases. LTYC operates in 13 counties across the state of Maryland, working in partnership with schools and communities. It provides year-round opportunities and resources to young people with programs that operate during school, after school, and throughout the summer. All programs are completely free of charge for participants, with the exception of specific extended summer camps. Since 2004, LTYC has reached more than 160,000 underserved youth in grades K through 12. They are really an impressive organization.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I guess I will just add that the small staff is so committed and they are doing so much for such a small staff. So I was pretty impressed by the amount of outreach, the amount of schools they're involved with, the amount of programs that they're partnering with all sorts of different teachers and partner programs. So, you know, really kudos.
I'll echo that and say that in addition to the executive director and the executive administrator, I also was fortunate to meet with the director of programs and education and the program administrator, and all of them just exude passion, commitment, warmth. It was really inspiring to see that level of leadership and to feel their passion both for the children and for the community and for the families and for the arts themselves. They're all very, very deeply committed to the arts.
Panelists, any additional questions, thoughts, recommendations? If not, Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
A few more notes. Thanks again, panelists. Overall, again, this was another very clear and thorough application. Appreciated all the details and passionate responses that were found in the application, along with what you've stated today, Laura and Sharon. So thanks for that. I wanted to uplift that they're very much aware of and strategizing towards increased fundraising efforts and partnership development outside of the public school system in order to reach those goals of reaching more people throughout the state and the communities that they're engaged with. So appreciate that goal and commitment. They've also noted as the staff continues to grow, there's also a need for arts educators that continues. And they've, in order to meet that challenge, they've continued to put more resources into professional development to meet those needs. So that's a great way to meet the challenge and to address that challenge as well. There's also a clear commitment to collaboration among staff and board, which was also noted today by the panelists, and appreciate that commitment to professional development for the full team as well. Additionally, I noted the extensive commitment to ideation, research, feedback loop with partners when determining the programming. I'm also curious to know if there's further feedback with community members and or participants in the programs that further informs their creative process, and would recommend just clarifying that further in the next application as well. Otherwise, I think that's it. Thanks, panelists.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. And the average final score is 97%. Next, please open application from Maryland Citizen for the Arts. Application ID 2024-18619. The average initial score is 94%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Sharon, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Maryland Citizens for the Arts is a statewide advocacy and education organization dedicated to providing one voice for all the arts in Maryland. MCA effectively advocates for arts funding and calls attention to the important role of the arts in Maryland's economic vitality and better quality of life for all Marylanders. I attended MCA's Maryland Arts Day, the state's largest annual gathering of arts professionals, held virtually this year. It was extremely well organized. The staff was highly communicative leading up to and after the event and were adroit at fixing any problems that arose day of. Their commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion was clear. With more than 300 participants representing every county as well as Baltimore City, the event connected artists, educators, administrators, and trustees with lawmakers from every district. Participants were trained to be effective advocates, urging elected officials to support the mandated, fully funded Maryland State Arts Council appropriation of $30.5 million, an appropriation of $20 million for the COVID Arts Sector Relief and Recovery Fund, and 67, which codifies the MSAC funding formula, and fully funding the Arts and Culture Capital Grant Program at $3 million. Elected speakers included First Lady Moore, okay, not quite elected, but close enough, Comptroller Learman, Commerce Secretary Anderson, and Senate President Ferguson. Co-sponsors included MSAC. The event demonstrated the importance of MCA to the economic health and collective power of the state's arts sector, as well as the substantive efforts of MCA's board and staff to build a vibrant, diverse advocacy coalition on a county, state, and also on a national level. Thank you.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Angela, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Thank you. Maryland Citizen for the Arts is a statewide arts service and advocacy organization. Maryland Arts Day, a free event, hosts 650 people representing more than 315 arts organizations and is the largest annual gathering of artists and arts supporters in the state. The Arts Lab, which currently is a virtual event due to COVID, provides professional development for staff, board members, artists, and educators working in the arts sector. The Arts Lab is also a free event. Maryland Citizens for the Arts reaches underrepresented communities by their focus on artists who represent these communities. The Maryland Art Institute of Racial Justice is offered 3 times a year and is promoted by statewide arts partners to increase access and awareness of the event. The staff and board of MCA are all artists of different cultural backgrounds, and you will see a diverse group of speakers, lawmakers, and artists at their events. Global artists, particularly those from marginalized communities, are engaged for the Arts Summit, a 2-day statewide conference that's based on community needs and ideas. A panel of volunteers decides on 30 sessions that will make up the summit constituents. That will make up the summit. Constituents have the opportunity to network, share, and celebrate accomplishments and bring dialogue and action to systems that need support. The staff at MCA works collaboratively, supports each other, and is accountable to each other and to the board. Maryland Citizens for the Arts strives to bring the transformative power of the arts to all Marylanders.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I just want to add that it is so evident how hard this organization has worked to build relationships with elected officials across the state, um, with the clear goal of ensuring support for the arts and their efficiency. I mean, I'm part of many organizations and exposed to many organizations. Their level of efficiency and thoroughness is really commendable and um, a model, really. So I just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you for the information. I had a question about their staffing challenges. They mentioned they have a small staff and it means limited capacity, and they have some measures in place to add hours for part-time positions when they need more staff support, but there didn't seem to be an overall plan to increase capacity. Was that touched on at all? Staffing capacity, that is.
I don't have any answers to that, but I will say, given what they can accomplish with a small staff, they might be scary if they have any more staff. I mean, they are really impressive, and I think they're a little engine that could.
Thanks.
And I can add to that when I was speaking to Nicholas, who I believe is their director. He is in Annapolis for part of the year, and so they do hire a special assistant to kind of cover what happens in the office while he is not there. So, again, it is a small staff. And I'm also going to add, he also said that they do support each other and check in with each other.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. That's 4 minutes.
Thank you. Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
I do, just a couple of notes, and thanks again, panelists, for the additional information. I wanted to note that I really appreciate the engagement with the community and to re-envision the goals and values of the organization with the diversity, equity, inclusion, and access lens that was noted. I also noted that their creative process really has constituent impact or input at the core of their feedback strategy, and that also includes strategic planning efforts as they're moving into as well. It sounds like they've already started to do the pre-work of engaging community during programming to think ahead about strategic planning, which I thought was a really smart effort to do. Also really appreciate the collaboration and transparency of staff, and that includes uplifting those challenges during times and pushing the capacity of staff and engaging further for that need for support, as you all mentioned. I also wanted to uplift the work that the organization has done during the pandemic as well. That's also noted, especially in that last question around the success story and the credible work that they've done for the sector. One other recommendation I wanted to provide was they could benefit from a graphic to show how the board, staff, and volunteers work together. I think they provided a listing of that group. So just showing how they interact a bit more, any kind of reporting, collaboration structure would be helpful. Additionally, in their activities chart, they indicated 0 to 25% of is beyond tuition based, but I believe everything they're doing is open to the public. So it would be closer to 75 to 100% in case anybody was using that in their scoring at all. Finally, I think there was a lot of discussion, and I think, Sharon, your activity attending Maryland Arts Day, just want to note that's an advocacy effort, and that this organization is eligible for funding, and also wanted to note that there's other programming, as noted, with like Arts Lab, the annual summit, and other offerings throughout the year beyond advocacy that this group is doing. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now.
I'm having an issue. I'm sorry. My computer just it's kind of crashed. So I don't think I'm going to be able to go back in and do it.
Okay. So did you plug your computer back in?
Yes, it's
did you
plugged
give it-
in. It just it has to have like a few minutes to so I guess sort of recharge.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, thankfully we have a couple minutes right now as everyone else is finishing their scoring. I see that you had already submitted a score for this one, so we're covered for this one. Angela, are you keeping your computer plugged throughout, or do you?
Yes, I'm keeping it plugged throughout, because if I don't, it'll go off. It'll
Yeah.
it will just crash. So I'm just keeping it plugged in.
Yeah, that's what I would recommend, is that you just keep it plugged the whole time.
Yeah, it's still crashing even with that, but
Okay. Okay, well, thanks for letting us know. Let's give it a couple minutes now while everyone else is scoring, and see if you can get it booted back up for the next one. But I'll
Okay.
check in before we move on.
okay.
Hi, panelists. That is 3 minutes if you could wrap up your scoring.
All right, panelists. Unfortunately, I'm not able to report on the final average score. We need to work out some technical kinks here. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break right now. It's 1:30 at the moment, so please plan on returning at 1:40. The staff, we're gonna get together and try and figure out some alternative methods here. So thanks for your patience, and we'll see you back at 1:40.
Angela, are you there on the meeting here?
Yes.
I'm going to give you a
yes.
quick call to walk through some next steps. I just wanted to give you a heads up. I'm calling you here in just a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, panelists. Just a couple minutes more. I think Emily is still chatting with Angela. So we'll pause a little bit longer for them to return. Thanks so much for your patience.
Hello?
All right, everyone. I think Emily and Angela are back on. All right. Hi, Tracy, Laura, Sharon. Thank you so much for your patience. As we know, we're having some technical difficulties getting some scores submitted. So how we're going to move forward is that we're going to continue with the reviews and sharing of the in-depth and our artistic activity visit panelists, all of the comments. We're going to proceed in the same way. Tracy, Laura, and Sharon, you will continue to submit scores in Smart Simple. And unfortunately, for the remainder of the meeting, we are not going to be reporting out on the final average scores. Angela is going to be taking handwritten notes on the discussion that ensues. And then we'll be later, once there's more reliable access to a computer, she will be actually hitting submit on those scores. And then afterwards, we will average the final scores and share those scores with the applicants directly to let them know. So I just wanted to let everyone know that's how we're going to be proceeding. Yes, any questions?
Could you be so kind as to let the panelists know as well?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, we'll keep you posted once we're able to do all of the averages. Absolutely. All right. We really, really appreciate your patience and going with the flow with this. We're so thankful. Okay, so Maryland, we left off with Maryland Citizens for the Arts. This is one of the ones where we will not be able to report on the average final score in the moment. We will be sharing that out with the applicants and panelists after the meeting. Next, please open application from Maryland Lawyers for the Arts. Application ID 2024-17841. The average initial score is 89%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Sharon, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Thank you, Kathy. I attended a webinar presented by the Maryland State Arts Council entitled Is For-Profit Right for Me?, which featured Maryland Volunteer Lawyers for the Arts Executive Director Adam Holofcener. I'm sure I have not said that right. I apologize. He is both a lawyer and a musician and clearly works to not only make legal services and advice accessible to artists, but also to make legal concepts understandable to lay people. He explained that many artists already operate as small businesses, but without the protection of a legal entity. He demystified the process of creating a business plan and offered key questions for consideration, such as what is your mission? What are your goods or services? What are your revenue streams and expenses? Will those change over time? And who is your market? He reviewed various types of legal, business, and nonprofit structures, explaining important considerations in choosing an entity, including assets you have or will accrue, what you want to do with those assets, how the organization will be managed, the legacy of your efforts and assets, and SWOT analysis. He outlined Maryland Volunteer Lawyers for the Arts services, including offering monthly clinics, alternately in Baltimore and virtually, where 30-minute one-to-one legal consultations are available to anyone who attends, as well as providing more in-depth services to qualifying artists. The Maryland Volunteer Lawyers for the Arts team provided links to resources such as free business planning and tax preparation assistance. I personally witnessed the value of the services that Maryland Volunteer Lawyers for the Arts offers to Maryland artists. The webinar clearly demonstrated the organization's stated mission to protect the legal rights of Maryland artists and arts organizations through pro bono legal services and by educating artists about the laws that affect them and empowering them to take steps necessary to protect their work and profits. Thank you.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Laura, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
I met virtually with Adam Holofcener, Executive Director, Aya Jackson, Community Artist Liaison, and Sarah Scallett, Senior Program Manager. MDVLA is a nonprofit arts organization dedicated to protecting Maryland's artists and art organizations' legal rights through pro bono legal services and education. Pro bono referral services are provided to artists with income below $50,000. From a recent survey of artists, 44% are low, very low income, 8% are low income, 14% are above low income, 34% unknown. Monthly educational clinics are open to all Maryland artists, and professional development seminars, as Sharon noted, are available. Informational pamphlets are also available, and they include such topics as copyrights, contracts, business incentives. The small staff allows nimble access across and cross coordination, and in-person staff meetings are held Mondays and Thursdays. Artists generally begin with Aya, who focuses on understanding the person and the need. Sarah then takes over the next step, coordinating with the volunteer attorneys. And Adam, who is an attorney, is involved throughout, coordinating with the board, the bookkeeper, etc. The longtime accountant is president of the board, and so P&Ls are updated with each grant application and reviewed monthly by board and staff. Expenses over $1,500 must be board approved. Strategic planning funding has just been solidified, and a consultant had been attained by the time we met, and they're expecting the process to take about 3 months for that. With a goal to grow outside of Baltimore City, Aya is already forging partnerships with organizations, and a post-pandemic focus on social media and newsletters have been effective. A challenge to overcome is the negative sense of dreading the need for an attorney versus empowering artists and arts organizations with the legal support to protect their work and make a profit. I found that especially interesting.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I just want to add that I think I can say this as an artist. It is very helpful to listen to a lawyer talk who is also an artist. I think that fact alone makes the legal arena, which can be mystifying and confusing, I think especially for those of us who live in our right brains, it helps make it more accessible. And I think they're doing an excellent job of sort of bridging that sometimes chasm in ways of thinking.
I also was extremely impressed with that, and the staff and all of their knowledge and their working together, and they have a definite strategic way, but again, they're all very nimble and stepping in when needed. And I'm super excited to sort of keep an eye on this for my friends and co-workers and co-volunteers. So it was an organization I was not aware of, and I'm super excited to know that it is available for artists who, that right brain, left brain thing. It's hard to get the business of art, and to allow artists to have that expertise to them is wonderful.
Thank you. I do have another question. I was wondering, so they mentioned in their evolution over the past 2 years that they have to move towards greater inclusivity and have, I think, moved towards that. And I was just wondering if there were any examples or more details about kind of their journey and path through that.
I'm looking through my notes. I don't have anything specifically about that, but I know that one of the things that they were trying to do is really grow beyond the Baltimore City and get that out there. And so I was talking about a partnership and getting things, back in, just beyond what they have right now, and sort of looking for those opportunities. And I must admit, I did not jot down the opportunity he was looking at the moment, but so sorry about that, Aya, if he is available or if he's listening. But I think that's what they've been sort of looking at recently. Just how can we grow and how can we expand our knowledge into more artists?
Thank you.
I guess I will also say the focus after the pandemic, the focus on getting social media out and newsletters. I think that's been the real push in these last couple of years of just trying to, how do you recover from all of these with everyone inside.
I'll add that the seminar I attended definitely had diverse representation in terms of the other participants who were there. It had a diverse audience.
And panelists, that's 4 minutes.
Thank you. Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
A couple more notes. Thanks, everybody. I wanted to note that I was glad to see that they had success with an equity training and audit consultants, which resulted in strategies for board staff and volunteers to better reflect community. So Tracy, I think this might help to answer that question of greater inclusivity and reaching beyond the Baltimore City. I think it came from a place of the organization self-reflecting and involving those consultants to help with that work to ensure equity among and further reach across the state. So, and I think that was noted, Laura, you might have said that as well around their staff structure and the push towards relationship building. So I just wanted to bring that up as well. I also noted that, that push towards being a more inclusive reach and ensure access to all types of creatives is important to the organization, and recommend that they also expand in those strategies as well and keep working towards those goals. So I'm glad to hear that that's part of the process that they're working on. Also glad to hear more about the strategic planning process. One of my recommendations was to consider a consultant. So I'm glad to hear that that's moving forward and in place and they're thinking about that. I also want to recommend they also consider stakeholder and community partners and artists in that good engagement through the planning as well. And they're already doing that through their creative process. So just encourage them to continue that with strategic planning as well. Appreciated the note to how the staff works together and thinking about those indicators of success. So appreciate the answer there. And then I also had a note about who's involved with the development of the budget. Is it just the board or staff involved? So I think there was a note that Laura, you mentioned about the monitoring of financials as well, but would encourage them to clarify who's involved with the development of the budget. Does it come from staff, board, and the approval process for that moving forward? That's it.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. Thank you, panelists. As I previously mentioned, due to technical difficulties, we will not be currently reporting on the average final score. We will, once all of the scores are submitted by all 4 panelists, we will be averaging the scores on our end and reporting that out. So we can move on to the next application. Please open application from Maryland Music Educators Association, application ID 2024-18831. The average initial score is 95%. The panelists that conducted the artistic activity visit, Angela, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Thank you. I attended the Maryland Music Educators Association State Conference, which was held March 3rd through 5th in Baltimore. Due to the COVID pandemic, this is the first time the conference has been held in person since 2020. Over 670 students were rehearsing for their performances in the All-State Band, the All-State Junior Band, the All-State Senior Orchestra, and the All-State Chorus. These students were chosen by audition from thousands of applicants all over the state to perform more complex pieces of music with a renowned conductor who is a specialist in their field. Students spend Friday and Saturday rehearsing and performing their concert on Sunday. Sessions of relevant and expert professional development was available for teachers who attended the conference. Sessions were an hour long, running from 9 a.m. to 5:35 p.m. each day, giving teachers multiple ways to refresh and reinvigorate their teaching strategies. Though too numerous to name, here are 4 out of the almost 100 sessions teachers could choose from: elementary rhythm, experience, identify, and create; creating affirming spaces at every level; how to recruit, retain, and motivate your Title I students; and fostering equity, creating original works in large ensembles. This conference gives teachers a chance to connect with other professionals in their field and to exchange ideas and repertoire. A number of vendors were also available to talk with teachers about resources they might want to use to enhance student learning, and various college music department representatives were there to talk with any prospective students. The Maryland Music Educators Association is the professional organization for music educators in the state and is the largest advocate for music education in Maryland.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Tracy, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Just to clarify, that was actually me, Sharon, who held that in-depth conversation.
All right, apologies. Sharon, go ahead. Thank
No
you.
problem. Maryland Music Educators Association, the professional association for music educators in our state, as Angela said, is a leading advocate for music education encompassing a broad range of cultural and musical experiences, as well as the right of every student to experience the power of music. MMEA's board is deeply engaged and committed, as evidenced by the fact that the current board president, the immediate past president, and the incoming president-elect, as well as the board advocacy chair, all made time to participate in our in-depth conversation. They were very forthcoming and very transparent about the leadership changes the organization has undergone in recent years, which was challenging. Thankfully, the board stepped up. They found an outstanding and hardworking new executive director, and things have stabilized and are now even better than before. There are 5,000 music educators in Maryland, and MMEA is constantly working to engage more of them through providing professional development training that is open to everyone. They have vastly increased their virtual offerings, both for teachers and for students, and have adopted a pay-what-you-can model for all programs, including student festivals and competitions, for which MMEA also offers need-based scholarships to cover additional costs. Programs are developed collaboratively with the board and staff, and diversity, equity, and inclusion are a top priority, reflected in everything they do, from program offerings to bringing on diverse guest artists, judges, new board members, and new members, to the inclusion of other and new members themselves, as well as to the inclusion of other musical genres and instruments beyond classical and jazz, as well as a focus on including underrepresented composers in their repertories. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
Thank you for the information. I was wondering, so they've vastly increased their offerings. How are they reaching out to new people to engage them in those offerings?
So what they told me was that their members represent 700 out of 5,000 music educators in Maryland. So they're constantly working to involve more of the rest. Excuse me, I have a kitty who's now walking on my notes. Excuse me, baby. They do this, sorry, they do this through providing professional development training that's open to everyone, and their increased virtual offerings have added greatly to their geographic reach. They've now incorporated a virtual summer conference, and but they find overall that one of the most effective methods for reaching new constituents is via word of mouth from their current members. But additionally, the pay what you can, pay a model helps to increase their reach and increase the people who feel like they can participate.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add and kind of acknowledge that in addition to racial diversity, they were one of the few organizations that also discussed LGBTQIA diversity, and that was great to see, and I just want to thank them for that. One other thing to add is that they have a lot of resources for teachers available, including diverse repertoire lists and music technology information. And they also offer professional development. So that is another way of reaching new constituents, is by offering these free resources and information.
And there's also a smaller conference that takes place in the fall as well. And you know, being part of this organization, it's open to all music teachers in the state.
I'll just add one quick comment. I thought this application was really well put through, very, very, very thorough. I also appreciated the diversity they included about the age and geographic as well. So not just racial.
I'll add one point, which is they are very closely involved with the National Music Education Association, and many of the members overlap and some of the leadership overlaps. So they're having a impact not only in our state, which of course really matters, but also across the country. And they really have made DEI a very central part of their program.
Panelists, that's 4 minutes.
Thank you. Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
Just a couple of points to uplift what some has already been said by the panelists. I also had some notes about their commitment to diversity across the board, along with strategic planning efforts that resulted in a new mission statement as well. And appreciate the strategic planning in place and the commitment to constituent feedback and participation in the process as well. Also had a note about their new executive director, Tony Canto, who has been involved in the organization, but is now in this leadership role and prioritizing, he's prioritizing the financial responsibility by reviewing all prior operations and agreements and ways to save and further evaluate each financial commitment, which I think is a really important way to get involved in the organization as a new leader, but also to think about the financial health of the organization coming out of the pandemic, and just to ensure that they have that safety net and are working in the best way possible for the organization and constituents across the state. I also wanted to note about appreciate the transparency of where the organization is going and their commitments. I think that was found in their sensory and emotional intent. I would encourage them to provide some examples of programs to help highlight those efforts and actions and uplift that further. But overall, I thought this was a very clear, honest, transparent application. And again, appreciate the strategic goals included throughout the entire application. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. Thank you, panelists. Due to technical difficulties in collecting live scoring from all panelists, we will be averaging scores after the meeting and reporting final scores once full scoring is complete. So, okay, all right. Panelists, we had initially scheduled a break in after that last review. However, considering we had just taken a 10-minute break, are you all feeling okay to proceed to the next review?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm good.
Thank you. Next, please open application from Montgomery Com Television. Application ID 2024-18783. The average initial score is 91%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Sharon, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Montgomery Community Television is the only independent nonprofit providing direct access to public media for Montgomery County's 1 million plus residents, as well as to the nonprofits, organizations, and businesses in the county. At the staff's recommendation, I viewed a variety of MCM's programs, services, and arts news coverage. These included episodes of Black Artists in Montgomery County, an Emmy-winning series with each episode focused on a gifted local Black artist, episodes of Studio 501c3, a program that highlights the work of county nonprofits with each episode focused on a specific organization, episodes of Hola Montgomery, a Spanish language program, and a video which gave an overview of their recent work and introduced their new CEO. I also read samples of their arts news coverage on their dedicated arts and entertainment webpage, including coverage of local art exhibits, cultural events, and community celebrations, as well as opportunities for the arts community. I watched videos about their Youth Media Academy and MCT's other education and training programs, which offer courses and workshops for people of all ages to learn how to use media to share their stories. And lastly, I saw examples of their production and media services, which they offer at affordable rates to county nonprofits and other community groups. My experience both supported and exceeded what I found in their application, as the technical excellence and substantive quality of the TV programs is hard to convey in writing. Viewing MCT's programs made it clear that they are operating on a highly professional level, far beyond what one might expect from public access television. Their focus on diversity and inclusion is also extraordinarily evident, not only in their programming, but also in their diverse leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. The panelist that held the in-depth conversation, Tracy, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
So I met with Montgomery Community Media, or MCM, staff and grants consultant, as well as the new executive director, Jasmine White, for this in-depth conversation. I was asked to delve deeper into a few areas of MCM's application. So regarding staffing challenges, MCM noted that turnover is a challenge, but they did clarify that some staff members have worked with the organization for decades. They do consider it an honor to train and educate those early in their career who then move on to national network outlets, and a number of them have received awards and honors for their work. Cord cutting, where subscribers move away from cable and towards streaming services, is a serious issue, as the organization's funding is tied to cable subscriptions in the county. So MCM is dealing with the reduced funding from the local cable company by diversifying funding through grants and other opportunities. There were also questions around the creation and content of programming. So volunteer created content is featured on the organization's channel and website, and programming does include theater and dance content. And this is featured on the 501c3 programming, which highlights a nonprofit in the county, as well as event coverage. And they have partnerships with a couple of theaters. So they highlight that theater and dance programming there. Reviewers were also interested in how many years a strategic plan is in place. Staff noted that strategic plans are in place for 3 years since communication and media tend to be fast-paced. There's a shorter lifespan to allow MCM to stay current and flexible. So their upcoming strategic planning process will begin June 2023.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I did have one question. There was a comment that they were looking for their CEO. How are they doing on that process? Did you get a chance to chat about that?
Yeah, so the new CEO had started, I think, 2 weeks prior to our conversation. So she is hitting the ground running. Talked about that strategic planning process. So she is there and ready to work.
Awesome, thank you.
And actually, that is one thing to note about the staffing changes. She was a prior employee and came back. So yeah, they do have some consistency in their staffing.
I just want to add that it's exciting to see a Black woman heading a big media organization in Montgomery County. So kudos all around.
Panelists, any additional questions, thoughts, recommendations? If not, Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
I have a few more notes. Just wanted to start by saying that this application, we are looking at the arts programming only for the State Arts Council support. So while they serve a wide range of programming and population across the county and beyond, again, we're just looking at the arts-based programming. And I think, Sharon, you did a great job of identifying all that arts programming that you experienced and connected with. So thanks for uplifting that a little bit more too. I found that there was, overall, this was a very thorough application. They have a clear and continual commitment to serving the diverse populations of the county through programming and including arts-based programming that's reflective of the community as well. I was glad to see the commitment to community feedback and participation. I loved that they teach residents about video production and storytelling, creating podcasts and blogs and video editing services. And then once they complete the training and certification process, then they have access to studios and equipment for their own productions. I thought that was a really neat way to engage in programming and access to further equipment to support artists. I was glad to hear about the new CEO announcement and that they're hitting the ground running and focusing on strategic planning as well. I also, with strategic planning, I'm glad there's a clear commitment that 3-year cycle seems to be appropriate for the work that they're doing and that they're including stakeholders and community voices. My only question was if it's led by the board and leadership in that 3-year cycle, or is there an outside consultant that supports the efforts of the strategic planning? Overall, I thought it was thorough application. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. Thank you, panelists. Due to technical difficulties in collecting live scoring from all panelists, we will average scores after the meeting and report final scores once full scoring is complete. So panelists, we'd like to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. After that break, we have 5 more application reviews to go. So let's take a 5-minute break right now, and we will see you back shortly at 2:33. All right, panelists, it's now 2:33. If you could make your way back. I see Tracy, Laura, Sharon, and Angela. Are you there?
Yes.
Wonderful. We will move on to the next review. Please open application from National Dance Education Association, application ID 2024-17091. The average initial score is 87%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Tracy, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
I attended a webinar celebrating the life and legacy of Katherine Dunham, which was part of National Dance Education Organization's Black History Month programming and part of their ongoing webinar series that the organization produces. The webinar discussed Katherine Dunham's contributions to dance through her work as a choreographer, dancer, ethnographer, and teacher. The moderated panel discussion shared a deep understanding of her life, work, and technique, as well as her continued impact on dance. And they also discussed how to bring that information into the classroom and opportunities to learn the Dunham technique. Also shared is an ongoing data project which captures the impact and reach of this artist's work that can be shared in the classroom. In addition to this, National Dance Education Organization staff walked through a wide array of offerings that are available to dance educators on their website. These offerings include classes and certifications, opportunities to write and to be published, as well as a public database for research. Also noted was an honor society program that can be run by teachers to bring prestige to students in dance, as well as Dance Institute's development to support dance instructors, as they are often the only dance instructors in their school. So kind of a support network of teachers, since they don't have that network within their school system. Many of these offerings were in alignment with the National Dance Organization's mission and activity chart in the application.
Thank you. The panelist that held the in-depth conversation, Sharon, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
The National Dance Education Organization is dedicated to advancing dance education for people of all backgrounds and to supporting dance educators working in every setting and genre. With members from every state and 26 countries, NDEO offers innovative professional development programs and disseminates vital research that influences the way dance is taught. Justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion is a central priority for NDEO. They're doing the hard work to bring real change to their board, staff, and programming, as well as to their field. They've changed their bylaws to widen the candidate pool for the board and instituted term limits to make way for new, more diverse board members. Their last conference offered classes which were exceptionally diverse in terms of race, culture, and disability. Their newest endeavor, funded by the National Endowment for the Arts, works to ensure K through 12 public school dance educators have the requisite knowledge and skills necessary for success. And the staff that NDEO has hired to run this program are over 55% people of color. The staff are clearly devoted to the organization, to its cause, and to one another. They operate collaboratively, and each staffer has both autonomy and accountability. They also have good financial checks and balances in place, as well as an actively engaged board and advisory council. Over 130 NDEO members serve as volunteers for the advisory council's committees. They're actively reaching out to new and more diverse members through social media, traditional media, and offering free webinars, and have doubled the scholarships offered to make their programs more accessible. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
Can I just ask, the scholarships, Those are to private dance studios or private dance schools.
Hold on, I'm looking through my notes. I think those are to, I believe those are to individuals, but they support and include dance teachers from within schools, from private studios, from anywhere that dance is taught. So it's not
Okay.
limited to schools, but it's not limited to not schools either.
Yes, okay, thank you.
I will add that they are involved and connected to the Maryland State affiliate, and they believe their youth programs in Maryland are particularly strong, and they allocate $8,000 to $10,000 a year to the Maryland State affiliate.
They did also give some numbers on specifically Maryland, folks from Maryland who are involved in the organization. So they said 63 Maryland educators have taken courses since 2012, but that they often are repeat. So they take many courses because they can take enough to attain a certificate. And then they also had numbers for, they said 2,200 Maryland students were inducted into the Honor Society from middle school through college. So that's that honor society that teachers can run. And then for that database that's available to everyone, there's over 8,000 resources and documents and articles that they can access for research. Sorry, and a little more. There are 99 chapters in the state of Maryland with 82 schools.
Thanks, Tracy.
Panelists, any other questions, thoughts, recommendations? If not, Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
Just a couple additional notes here. Thanks, panelists, again for all the additional information. I think that was really helpful to get a clearer picture of this organization. This is a new organization coming into the Grants for Organization program, so they are considering this application for the first time. So again, would encourage them to use it as a tool, as a reflective tool for their board and staff, and really dig into the questions further. And I think they've done a great job, but just something to use as a resource as well. I noted that they have a very clear mission, vision, goals, and values, and a clear strategic planning work that has been done. I appreciate the commitment to and response to anti-racism work as an organization as a whole, and appreciate the clear steps and commitment to the creative process. It was a very clear outline that they provided in the application. In terms of assessing challenges, they mentioned salary and compensation for staff being a challenge. So I'd recommend that they continue to move forward with that commitment of reassessing the salaries and compensation for staff, along with further developing fundraising and a development team to further those goals of financial stability and growth for the organization. Additionally, as a national organization, further consider the communities that are served nationwide and how the staff and board are reflective of those communities and areas. Where this organization is based in Maryland, in Montgomery County, and serving Maryland, this is a national organization. So how might you evaluate that further nationally as well, how you might evaluate and reflect those different demographics. Although I do appreciate the strategies to further diversify that has been included, but just some more to think about as they're moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. Thank you, panelists. Due to technical difficulties in collecting live scoring from all panelists, we will average scores after the meeting and report final scores once full scoring is complete. Next, please open application from OpenWorks. Application ID 2024-18830. The average initial score is 94%. The panelists that conducted the artistic activity visit, Laura, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
My artistic activity evaluation included meeting Will Holman, Executive Director, for a tour and discussion of activities. OpenWorks provides low-cost technical education for all ages, inexpensive studio space, membership, access to industrial tools, and contract fabrication services. The lobby is a large open space with a variety of seating options and displays of projects and brochures with views into a conference room, office, maker spaces behind secure glass doors. A coffee shop was vibrant with members connecting and working. Will described the history of the building and adaptive reuse challenge. On the main level, we toured a student classroom, a computer lab, and individual studio workshops for 3D printing, sewing, quilting. A large open light-filled space houses diverse artist workspaces and offices of varying sizes. We went downstairs through secure glass doors into a stair with exposed concrete structure. More maker spaces on the lower level included larger, messier types of craft. Behind additional secure glass doors, the woodworking studio and the laser cutting studio with special card access by those who have taken safety certification classes. The executive director's passion for the Open Works mission, the future impact opportunities was very evident. Spaces were clearly used in a variety of impactful ways. The OpenWorks application responses around mission, especially access to tools, education, workforce training opportunities are fully in alignment with what I saw there. Thank you.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Tracy, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Thank you. I met with OpenWorks Executive Director Will Holman for a tour of the facility and a conversation to gather more details to supplement some areas of the application. We discussed the staff and board roles in the creative and program design process and the internal process for program design first. So the board has less involvement in the creative process as the organization has grown. The ideation of project classes frequently come from members or teachers that want to share a skill and teach a class. They'll develop the budget and the curriculum with the education director and pilot the class with staff to ensure quality and safety. For youth programming, classes are frequently one-off programs that are tailored to curriculum of the class and school. The executive director and education director create a proposal for a project and present it to that school. OpenWorks routinely identifies staffing challenges. One challenge is that most of the technicians are part-time and they're highly skilled individuals that can find higher paying work, which can create high turnover. And it's been pointed out that there are some policy and process information. There's a lot of that information and it's hard for part-time employees to find. So OpenWorks is committed to working towards solutions to these challenges. First, by updating policies and procedures and having them all in one place. The second is a more challenging solution, which is trying to move technicians to full-time shift schedule positions to allow for better pay, benefits, and just giving them overall more loyalty to the organization, more buy-in, and that would reduce turnover. The unwritten vision of OpenWorks would be rebuilding a curious, capable, and technically literate society. They're really committed to empowering all individuals to become capable and technically literate. That's a really important element of their vision. And OpenWorks will be opening satellite spaces in Baltimore later in the year, and it continues its advocacy work and hope that one day maker spaces will become part of a civic infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I just want to say how excited I was to find out this exists in our state, and I hope they'll consider a satellite in Montgomery County. I just think it's so powerful that they're doing this and so exciting, and I love seeing the erasure between makers and artists, understanding that makers are artists and artists are makers, and it's just a very exciting collaboration.
So they do, that kind of speaks to the fact that they have a membership, and members can have these like small studio kind of cubby areas. They're much larger than cubbies. And it really shows how they can utilize these spaces. Some of this machinery, it's huge and it's really not feasible for an individual to own. So it's opening that up to allow people to become artists and learn this technology, learn these things, and starting at a young age, because so many people, I think, it seems like they really want to get everyone thinking about this young. How can you use this machinery? You can create these objects, these items. So it's an interesting space.
I found it really inspiring that they have everything from sewing and embroidery and super high tech, expensive equipment that, you know, an individual it's very difficult for them to use, but to come to the studio to use the tools, use the studio space. And also it was interesting to see all the different types of artists in there, artists and craftsmen, and, you know, it just really was a lovely way to see many different types of craftsmen working together. And I'm sure that, you know, synergy and the learning from each other is impactful for them all. I guess I will add that, you know, the security and the safety is very important there. So training is a requirement before you do use certain tools, even access into certain areas, card access into the stair. So you know, it really is it's just a part of how what their culture is there, and it works pretty seamlessly. It seems to work really successfully, and because it's all open and glass, you see everything. So it's a really wonderful place to visit, and to see what they're doing.
I just want to add that one of the organizations I met with and reviewed, their membership, they're working on a reciprocal membership benefits for OpenWorks and their organization. And so that was also exciting to see that this kind of creative, collaborative work between organizations.
I agree with that. They use their conference room for other organizations to use when their small staff or their small conference rooms are not large enough for individual events. So love that coordination.
Well, thank you, panelists. That's 4 minutes.
Thank you. Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
I do. I have a few more notes. And a lot of this is just uplifting what's already been said, that I thought that, again, this is a very detailed, transparent, and open application. So I appreciate OpenWorks' transparency of where they're at in terms of strategic planning, implementing recommendations for operational improvements. I was curious to know if they had an update with their strategic plan that could be shared, and would encourage them to just share an update when they get a chance. Also, I thought they have an interesting take on this human-centered design approach to their work, which helps to inform their mission, vision, goals, and values, and it's at the heart of the creative process. They also noted they took a pretty significant hit during the pandemic financially, but they were approached to make face shields that help to keep folks employed at OpenWorks as well. And they are rebounding back in 2022. They noted that they have enrollments that are increasing and back on pace, starting new programs, and were able to make significant capital improvements to the facility as well during some downtime, which I thought was a great use of time, and they were able to get funds to do so for those needs. Also wanted to note that they're partnering with TEDCO with backing legislation of Maryland makerspaces as a pilot, and have really established themselves as a national leader in this part of the creative sector as makerspaces. So just want to uplift that. And also note their response to broadband access. where they were able to install outdoor Wi-Fi units and get funding to support that, and also were able to support other outdoor charging stations at other community centers across the area to address that need. They have a great understanding of their staff strengths and collaborative work environment, and I appreciate their commitment to increasing wages and getting their staff reviewed and up the pay scale a little bit quicker to ensure living wages, and along with health benefits to help combat that challenge of high turnover as well. And they've got a really great understanding of the makeup of Baltimore City demographics, their own, and really making an effort to be representative of community. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. Thank you, panelists. Due to technical difficulties in collecting live scores from all panelists, we will be averaging and reporting final scores once full scoring is complete. Next, please open application from Shore Retreats on Broad Creek, application ID 2024-17347. The average initial score is 75%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Tracy, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
So I went to Shore Retreats on Broad Creek to have a conversation with Busy Graham, as well as some of the folks that run some retreats there. Shore Retreats on Broad Creek is a beautiful property located directly on Broad Creek. So the peaceful property has several residences where artists and program participants can stay while focusing on their creative endeavors. So it's a peaceful space that promotes focus and sparks creativity with its aesthetics, reading materials, and natural surroundings. Artists can rent the space to have time away from everyday responsibilities and focus on creating. For artists that are performing in the area, they can stay free of charge when they perform at local senior centers, schools, and other free venues for the benefit of area residents. Many performers for First Night Talbot, a New Year's community event in Talbot County, are housed at Shore Retreat as well. So this allows for performers that are coming in from far and wide to perform at this all-day community event. It also does the same thing for performers that are coming in for paid performances to then be able to perform for the community a little longer and a little wider to reach more folks. Shore Retreat also provides a space for workshops where artists can share and learn new techniques and skills. Professional development retreat workshops for teachers are offered in music, dance, theater, visual arts, as well as the biannual Ukes on the Move retreat, which trains new teaching artists for this music class offered in area schools. This space is also used for the annual Peace Corps Writer Retreat. So each year, 3 weeks of summer camps take place, which have scholarships available. There are also therapy retreats, which are hosted for victims of trauma, domestic violence, and other challenges, and a space where participants can have a safe and peaceful space to use art and therapy for healing. And these are paid for by county services. So Shore Retreats is open to a wide array of programming, more than I have kind of talked about here, but all endeavors support the creation of art in a peaceful space.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Laura, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
I met virtually with Busy Graham, the executive director of Carpe Diem, and Karian Quiroga, a parent, artist, teacher, and super passionate supporter. The mission of Shore Retreats on Broad Creek is to provide artists and nonprofits with the opportunity to refuel and create work in an inspirational setting on Maryland's Eastern Shore. By bringing diverse artists together, retreats also nurture collaborative, cross-cultural, and cross-disciplinary works. Summer camps provide opportunities to low-income families, refugees, and immigrants. Artistic decisions are currently made by Busy Graham in collaboration with Talbot County Schools, senior centers, libraries, and other community arts venues, as well as with artists interested in presenting. Most recently, a glass kiln was obtained, and Karian intends to teach infused or fused glass. Working under Carpe Diem's fiscal sponsorship, Shore Retreats is still coming into existence. There's no official strategic plan yet or a formal program, but a current goal is to establish an advisory committee to represent all facets of their activities, which would inform the visioning and the planning processes. The Carpe Diem CPA is in touch with Busy regularly and offered to take over accounting roles, so monitoring and reconciling the shoestring budget. To help manage cash flow and budget, Shore Share arrangements have been made with families and friends who commit to renting the property for a certain number of weeks per year. Sustainability of the organization is the current major challenge. Marketing thus far has been word of mouth, and an outreach director is direly needed to coordinate scheduling and the outreach. The need for funding and staff was evident in my discussion. The passion expressed and the impacts on the mission were palpable. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
The main question that comes up for me, I mean, obviously, it seems like this is really beneficial for the artists and the organizations who engage in this space. I completely appreciate the value of artistic retreats. I've done them. I know how important they can be. But the biggest question I have is when one starts seeking, whether it's state funds or foundation money, it seems to me that there needs to be some sort of objective application process in place to decide who is given these opportunities. So my question is there one? And if not, is there a plan to develop one?
Not sure I can answer fully that question, although I know that Busy is very much interested in trying to move it into that world of becoming more strategic, having a strategic plan and having a board and having more focus on that. Right now, it has been just a lot of activities and a lot of a lot of things happening with a family. Frankly, it was Busy's family's residence, and she's trying to bring it now into a place where it could be used for more folks, and get the funding to be able to continue the use that her parents initiated on that property. And so bringing more funds will allow more staffing, and clearly the staffing is needed for that. Busy is, currently coordinating with many different types of people at different levels, and to sort of minimize her wide range of activities. It would be really definitely beneficial to have additional people assisting in those roles and having more streamlined staffing requirements for each one. So I think her goal is, because this is still in the initial planning stages of becoming that more established nonprofit that continues on. I think this is also their first time here. I think it's a new venture for them. So as much information that we can give them to streamline their responses to this, to streamline their focuses. And I'm not sure that I'm answering your question, Sharon, but maybe that question can be integrated into their their future submissions.
Well, I guess I would just offer that then as a recommendation, if it's not already being considered, is to think about an objective process of how those decisions are made. I mean, MSAC obviously is a brilliant model on that, and I'm not saying us tiny nonprofit needs something so extensive, but that would be something important, I think, to consider, and I think important to most funders.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think when Busy was talking about the advisory committee that she envisions, setting this all up, she really wanted it to include all the teachers, the artists, the different types of art forms, and to really have the librarians, so to really have a full wide breadth of advisory committee to be able to push through those strategic plans.
Thank you, panelists. That's 4 minutes.
Thank you. Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
I do have some additional notes to share, and thanks again, panelists, for the additional information and for your questions and recommendations, Sharon. Appreciate that. As noted, Shore Retreats is a fiscally sponsored organization under Carpe Diem Arts. This is their first time applying for the Grants for Organization program and completing this application. So I would encourage Shore Retreats to use this application again as a tool, as a resource, and really dig into these questions and think about them fully moving forward. I also wanted to note that this organization is also fairly new, as noted. I believe it's about 2 years old and is fully volunteer run under the fiscal sponsor, of course. I do appreciate what the panelists, what you've said, and the priority that this organization is giving to supporting artists, especially those that are representing diverse cultures and traditions, and uplifting that work. There are a few recommendations I would make in terms of the activities chart. I would recommend they be mindful when completing the activities charts for Shore Retreats programs and offerings. There are a lot of notes connecting them to Carpe Diem, the fiscal sponsor's mission, and I'd recommend that they focus on Shore Retreat and its mission, vision, values, and goals. There are also offerings that do not indicate public value or have the designate designed to reach yet to be known constituents in the area. So I would recommend they clarify those sections further and ensure what's being offered is directly connecting to that community relevance, along with, again, the mission, vision, values, and goals of Shore Retreats. Also noting that the organization shares, they noted in the application that they share the same mission, vision, goals, and values of Carpe Diem, which is great. However, I'm curious to know if the organization differs in any way. Does it separate itself from that mission, vision, goals, and values in terms of long-term planning at this point? And can it separate itself from Carpe Diem in terms of that overarching mission? So I would encourage them to think further around strategic and long-term planning, which I know has been mentioned already. So I want to uplift that a little bit more and to further understand their goals in terms of shore retreats moving forward as its own organization, or perhaps under the Carpe Diem umbrella. So they might want to consider the structure of both organizations and see how they may align or how they might differ. So just thinking about the structure of shore retreats in its current and future standing. Again, although they are volunteer run currently, I'm curious to know a little bit more about how that volunteer structure is working well. If they can identify some indicators of success, would like to know more about that. They have some clear challenges that they're working with, and those are some growing pains as a new organization that launched during the pandemic as well, which had that additional layer of challenges. So I'd encourage them to further consider how those challenges are regularly addressed beyond seeking grant funds, as mentioned. They may consider how how challenges are addressed through those long-term and strategic planning efforts. Again, as a new organization, it might not be feasible to go through a full-blown plan with a consultant, but I think they could do some work to regularly consider goals and addressing challenges and to be mindful of future planning in advance. I was curious to know a little bit more about the procedures in place while working with Carpe Diem, who exactly is developing the shore retreat budget, managing and improving financials, if there's regular meetings or reviews of the financials throughout the year. So thinking more around procedures and monitoring as well. And they provided some great information about the volunteer staff and their demographics, but I'd recommend that they provide further data around the communities that are being served and how the staff board and volunteers, noting that they are just fully volunteers right now, reflect the community. So how do they know that that is indeed in place? Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so right now. Thank you, panelists. Due to technical difficulties in collecting live scores from all panelists, we will be averaging and reporting final scores once full scoring is complete. Next, please open application from Station North Tool Library, application ID 2024-18467. The average initial score is 91%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Laura, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
My artistic activity evaluation of Station North Tool Library included observing an evening block printing class. After meeting with the 2 passionate volunteers in the front tool library space, piled high with shelves and racks of small and large tools, Jen Kim, co-director, took me through the woodworking studio, which is a large space filled with major equipment and stacks of wood materials, and a free monthly woodworking class was underway. Through another set of doors was the block printing class, and that was a room with a large table set up for 8 to 10 people on one side and an ink and printing area on the other. Nikita Yogaraj was teaching the class, where students were busy carving linoleum with their designs that they had already transferred from drawings to their linoleum blocks. Inspiring samples were out on the table and tracing options were available. The instructor demonstrated how to use the water-based ink and print with that, and explained the goal was for students to leave class with their own custom stamp, prints on paper, and the skills to create more works of art. The Station North Tool Library is committed to providing affordable access to classes and learning opportunities. The class costs $65 and can be taken by anyone, whether they're a member or not. To be as equitable and inclusive as possible, membership costs are suggested, $1 for every $1,000 of income. The application responses related to mission, creative process, sensory experience fully aligned with my experience there. Thank you.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Angela, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
Thank you. The North Station Tool Library envisions a world where everyone sees themselves as creatives. The library sees itself as a community of artists using collective ownership to build trust and collaboration between people. Their motto, "The more we share, the more we have," offers opportunity to those who otherwise might be held back from creation by scarcity. Classes are offered on scholarship, 6 a month, and sliding scale for low-income or marginalized members. The library is reaching out to different communities by attending community association meetings, handing out flyers, and offering fix-it days, where anyone can come by and have a broken household item fixed for free of charge. Open shop and craft socials are inclusive gatherings where artists and makers can explore ideas, collaborate, and build a close community. Tool lending helps those who otherwise may not have the money to buy tools needed for their craft, and shared ownership creates environmental sustainability. Tool lending access is at an all-time high, with 1,445 members being able to borrow and use tools. Membership is also on a sliding scale, and no one has ever turned away from borrowing a tool from the tool library. Classes are offered by artists and are only offered in communities where they will be filled, thus providing a built-in feedback loop. New classes are offered for free in exchange for feedback from class takers to make sure the class is valuable to the constituents. Arts programming at the Tool Library is meant to foster feelings of empowerment, connection, belonging, and inspiration. No matter what your background or skill level is, the Tool Library welcomes you.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I just want to say, like Open Works, I'm so excited to know that this is in our state. I wish it was in my neighborhood. I love that they're fixing things. It's just such a great combination of the art and sustainability, and just a big kudos on that they exist. I did have a question is there a process in place for routinely identifying and addressing staffing and monetary challenges? I think they identified challenges that had happened and how they addressed them, but I just wondered if there's a routine process, as was asked.
Yes, as you read in, they're uncoupling from Fusion. So they have secured a bookkeeper, and they feel like they're going to be saving money from that. And they reevaluate their goals fairly often, and they share with the advisory board. They do have a finance team.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
I will just add that the breadth of tools that they have, you can go in and use a screwdriver, or you can learn how to use a power drill and make a cabinet, or you can, learn how to sew. There are so many things that are offered there at every different level. And the young director is so energetic and so, willing to, be open to all sorts of ideas. But I think that I wanted to also make a mention about what was mentioned about those free classes that are used as sort of a testing ground. Will this class work? But it also teaches or allows the teacher to move into that world of teaching. Is there a better way to teach a class? And it gives that training opportunity to artists who want to move into that world as well. So I was pretty impressed. The woodworking class that was going on the night I was there was all women. So it was really for, really to try and, bring women into the power drill world. There's also a section of sort of where you can learn electrical and plumbing things, and they have sort of walls built out that they have training that, you can come and learn how to wire a light if you want to do that kind of thing for your home. So there's a lot of home building kind of focus on one end. So sort of lots of things to do.
I just had a question about the strategic planning process. Was that touched on at all, and like how the community might be involved in it?
Yeah, I did talk a little bit about that. They do have like 60 plus volunteers, and they do have member meetings, and their strategic plan, they're going to be publishing it, if it's not already published, on the website, so you can look at it right there.
Thank you, panelists. That's time.
Thank you. Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
I do. To go quickly to the question before it falls out of my head, to Tracy's point with the strategic planning in the application, they noted in 2021, they went through their first strategic plan in partnership with Impact Hub. And there they said they got input from volunteers and members. So hopefully that helps to answer your question there a little bit about the process and who's involved. Overall, though, I thought this was a very clear and detailed application. I wanted to uplift that after accessing or assessing the organization in 2020, during that beginning time of the pandemic and moving into a crisis mode, if you will, they had an advisory committee that met to address and meet the needs of the organization at that time. And at that time is when they resulted in strategic planning efforts, the first one for the organization. And with that, they created an operating reserves And that also took them to the path of separating from their fiscal sponsor. So I just thought that was a really interesting a path forward that they took from a time of crisis and are now in this place of separating and moving forward with a stronger organization as its own 501c3. And I believe that's going to be finalized in July 2023, and then they'll start fresh with the new fiscal year. With that said, they also identified the need for a director of strategic growth on the leadership team, which I thought was also really important during this transitional period, separating from the fiscal sponsor. They're operationalizing many things during this time and shifting from a trust-based and shifting to a trust-based approach, which results into scholarships and working with partnerships and ensuring further access, which you all brought up today already. I also thought that their creative process example that they used ensuring that to prototype a class and to offer it to volunteers and partners for free. In return, they get that in-depth feedback before they open it to the public. I thought that was a really interesting concept. And again, with the shift from the fiscal sponsor, new leadership, new structures, I'm really glad to see they're moving forward with the strategic plan and encourage them to keep moving towards that fiscal sustainability in mind during the whole process and keep moving forward with their commitment to including stakeholders and community members in the process. I had another note to encourage, yes, financial planning and monitoring to ensure clear procedures during this time as well, which I believe is probably part of their operationalizing and to focus on transparency of financial health with the community as a whole. And one thing I also wanted to note was their staff chart. I thought was really great. I love the concept of the overlapping circles. So instead of a traditional hierarchy, if you will, it seemed like a very collaborative, thoughtful approach to their staff structure. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. Thank you, panelists. Due to technical difficulties in collecting live scores from all panelists, we will be averaging and reporting final scores once full scoring is complete. Next, please open application from Youth Resiliency Institute, application ID 2024-18484. The average initial score is 86%. The panelist that conducted the artistic activity visit, Tracy, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
So Youth Resiliency Institute offers artistic programming for residents of Cherry Hill community in Baltimore. This youth service organization believes in supporting young people in the Cherry Hill community by engaging the whole family, including parents and grandparents. This is accomplished by working with and creating programming for youth as well as community elders. Large-scale events that engage large portions of the Cherry Hill community are the Juneteenth celebration, Kwanzaa celebration, and the annual Cherry Hill Arts and Music Waterfront Festival, where performance, music, and visual arts and community artists are engaged and the whole family can participate. The Community Arts Program offers culturally relevant art-related programming and engages community members in teaching students during school assemblies. Youth Resiliency Institute partners with schools for longer projects as well. They're working with the Lyric Theater and a local school so students can participate in the production of The Lion King as a full musical theater. Mama Shirley's Cultural Arts and Wellness Center is a free year-long drop-in arts workshop, and that's for all ages. Again, area residents are engaged as instructors for these classes, so community members are engaging with and learning from one another. Cherry Hill Film Institute teaches youth the skills to work in film and gives them opportunities for work to practice and hone their skills. Cherry Hill Cares is a campaign to keep community elders safe during the pandemic, and it's continued on. They include food delivery, and they have hand sanitizer stands. And these hand sanitizer stands were commissioned by artists and are placed throughout the community. And Youth Resiliency Institute offers this and more to the community of Cherry Hill to come together as a community engage in the art. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. The panelists that held the in-depth conversation, Laura, will now have 2 minutes to share any information gathered.
I met with 2 of the 4 Youth Resiliency Institute co-founders, Fannin Hill, Executive Director, and Navasha Hill, Deputy Director. And the goals include improving social well-being by creating positive connections in South Baltimore's Cherry Hill community across differences in race, ethnicity, gender identity, ability, and age. B, expanding the professional networks and income-generating opportunities for artists of color. And C, improving artists' competencies. Under the fiscal sponsorship of Fusion Inc., staff includes Fannin and Navasha, who regularly check in with advisory board, youth organizers, and community elders. Monthly meetings with Fusion accountants ensure fiscal responsibility, and youth organizers are involved learning about nonprofit needs and benefits from economic development. One of the young co-founders is in his 30s after 13 years with the organization. Many times the directors are not the main decision makers. Creative and programming decisions are often made by the youth organizers and elders who had felt forgotten, especially during the pandemic, but are now an integral part of the programming. The planning process is organically structured without an official strategic plan at this time. Most of the recent focus has been responding to pandemic challenges, integrating elders, and developing the economic opportunities. Artists face stereotyping and disinvestment in Cherry Hill. Future audiences are reached through events, especially through the Arts and Music Waterfront Festival on July 4th. Also, many partnerships, including the Greater Baltimore Cultural Alliance and potentially the Baltimore School for the Arts. The legacy will be passed on through the youth organizers and due to an intentional focus on their mentorship and economic development.
Thank you. Panelists, you now have 4 minutes for additional discussion.
I just want to acknowledge how great it is to hear about groups focusing also on reaching elders, because I think that community far too often is ignored. And so that was really exciting and moving and commendable.
I agree, and I love that they call them elders, instead of the old folks, or, that's, it just gives them a real sense of worth and value, and I love that aspect of it. I will say that they were intentional about not being a separate 501c3. They really love being under their Fusion. And so, I think that gives them, they appreciate what Fusion brings to them and allow them to get through their mission. So I love also the fact that Cherry Hill really is very disinvestment, an area of disinvestment. And I love that there is a focus down there. And looking forward to joining that July 4th event, which I did not know about yet. So now we do. I guess I'll keep adding the youth organizers, that group of youth they're building them up. They're training, they're being trained, they're doing the work. They're the ones that are sort of doing that planning process. And so I just found that really wonderful to hear, and empowering that, one of them was a co-founder and still working and will clearly, be our future leaders. Or they are our future leaders.
Panelists, any additional questions, comments, recommendations? If not, Emily, as a staff discipline expert, do you have any additional information to share?
Just a couple final notes here, panelists, and thanks again for all your work here and the notes and clarifications for this organization. I wanted to also uplift the cross-generational connections and cultural responsiveness of this organization in South Baltimore, specifically Cherry Hill, in that surrounding communities. I wanted to note the strategies that they put in their application of building institutional and system capacity and development of cross-generational community leadership as a way to engage constituents and community further, and that's part of the creative process and beyond what they do. And I think you noted some examples of that already, panelists. The organization is also regularly addressing non-dominant norms and values and goals in connection to their mission regularly and the communities that they serve. So I appreciate their role and their continued work in the community to uplift the arts and it to be a safe and reliable place for the community. I think that's an important part to their community that they're serving. I was glad to hear about the strategies in place for long-term planning and how the youth are also involved. So thanks for clarifying that a little bit more. Although a strategic plan is not in place, I'm glad to know that they are thinking about long-term planning and what's best for them with their organization and to continue down that path of thinking long-term. In terms of their staff chart, I would recommend that they include a graphic to show how the folks that they included in their listing work together. So if there's a reporting structure or ways to show how they interact and collaborate would be helpful to see. They also indicated their role of Fusion and Youth Resiliency Institute and how they work together. So thanks for noting those regular meetings that help to answer some questions I have. And I appreciate that intentionality among with the fiscal sponsor. And I'm glad to hear that they have a great relationship there. So thanks for that information. And additionally, the financials, I'm glad to hear those are regularly addressed and talked about within their meetings as well. My last point would be to recommend clarifying who makes up the community. I think we heard a lot about South Baltimore and Cherry Hill, but for them to identify the data, the demographics in that community a little bit further, and sharing how the board staff and volunteers are reflective of community. I think they are. I think they're doing the work, but it'd just be to clarify that further would be helpful. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Based on the information gathered from the discussion, please take time now to adjust any of your scores and comments in Smart Simple in alignment with the rubric. When finished, click Complete. We'll take 3 minutes to do so now. Thank you, panelists. Due to technical difficulties in collecting live scores from all panelists, we will be averaging and reporting final scores once full scoring is complete. And that was our last application for review. Thank you so much, panelists, for your time and thoughtfulness. You are so critical to this process, and your expertise and recommendations are valuable. And, you know, tech difficulties, they happen. That's the reality of our world. And so we're so appreciative of everyone for your flexibility and your adaptability and understanding. There's always a way to make things happen, and you all helped with that. So extreme gratitude for again, your flexibility for that. And also a thank you to John as well, our counselor monitor for today. So as we mentioned, there were some final scores that we were unable to report during the meeting due to technical difficulties in collecting live scores. So we will be averaging scores after the meeting and report those scores to applicants and panelists once full scoring is complete. Additionally, I want to note that for all of our panel meetings, we share either the recording of the meeting or the slides on MSAC's website on the meeting notices page. So we'll be sure to post the updated slides with all of the final scores from on this meeting notices page. So this way, the final scores information is also available to the public. And as we mentioned earlier in the meeting, the final average scores directly impact the funding for each organization. And the funding formula takes the panel percent score multiplied by the organization's allowable income and the cap allocation percentage, which is based on fiscal year 24 state funding to be determined to get to the final grant award recommendation. Also noting that the GFO program will be using an equitable funding formula in fiscal year 24. This will be the first year in a 5-year transition period. So this will impact that cap allocation percentage based on the tier that the organization falls into. And the tier is determined by the organization's allowable income. For more information about this, visit the GFO page on the MSAC website or the FY24 GFO guidelines. Additionally, panelist comments and recommendations are also provided to organizations that went through the full panel review process to ensure further transparency and encourage organizational sustainability. The grant award notifications that will be sent out in July will include a form for applicant organizations to fill out if they're interested in receiving that feedback. So this ends the public portion of the meeting. Observers, please feel free to contact us if you have any questions about today's process. Panelists, please hang on. We'll just briefly cover some next steps.